I'd like to make a start. My name is Andrew Sykes. I'm a reporter with the Scottish Government Division for Planning and Environmental Appeals. My colleague Karen Haywood, who is the Assistant Chief Reporter, is sitting to my left. And together we have been appointed by Scottish ministers to hold an inquiry to consider an application made under Section 36 of the Electricity Act 1989 by Crystal Rig 4 Limited on behalf of Fred Olsen Renewables Limited for a wind farm located immediately to the south of the existing Crystal Rig array at Crichness, and we to report to them on the proposal. The ministers will consider our report of inquiry before deciding whether to approve the application. Before we go any further, I have a few housekeeping announcements. I'm informed that there's no scheduled fire alarm today, or indeed for the rest of the week. Therefore, in the event of the fire alarm sounding in the course of the proceedings, everyone must leave the hall by the nearest escape route and assemble at the old primary school, which is to the left on leaving the hall, approximately 150 metres on the south side of Lagan Gate. Please take care when you walk into the assembly point if need be. There is a defibrillator attached to the outside of the wall at the front of the building. As you leave the building, it's on your right-hand side. You've probably already made use of them, but the toilets are located at the entrance hall, either side of the entrance. As you'll see, we're making use of the PA system throughout proceedings. The microphone is activated by pressing the button on the base unit. A red light on the stem indicates that the microphone is on. Could I ask you to speak into the microphones rather than perhaps directly to the person you're speaking to? And please remember to switch off the microphones when you are finished speaking. Importantly, I've been asked to let you know that if you need to move the microphone, can you do so by the base and not the stem? The proceedings are also being broadcast live to the internet, and my colleague Graham, sitting at the back, will be making the recordings available on the DPEA website for viewing at the end of each day. You'll be probably keen to know that there is a room where we can store papers, a secure room where we can store papers at the end of each day. I think there's a room to the back, and there may be one on that side of the building. But we can talk about that later if need be. There should be a full set of documents, statements and precognitions at the back of the hall or to the side of the hall. I don't know if Borders Council have been able to bring them and make them available.
Yes, I have. So, that's there.
Thank you very much. And fine, could I ask you all to make sure that your telephones are, your mobile phones are switched off or at least turned to silent. As I said, our colleague Graham Mason is sitting at the back. Graham is overseeing the recordings. We've had a few difficulties getting onto the Wi-Fi, but Graham has the Wi-Fi passwords if you want to have another go. Okay. Any questions before I move on to procedural matters? Thank you. A pre-inquiry meeting was held on the 22nd of October last year. In my note of that meeting, I set out in an appendix the procedures that Ms Haywood and I would follow to hear evidence on a range of matters. In short, we indicated that aviation lighting and effects on landscape character and visual amenity would be the subject of an inquiry session, while hearing sessions would be held to consider energy and planning policy matters and also draft conditions. And in order to give parties as much notice as possible, I note that the draft conditions schedule that we have been provided with is dated December last year and includes a number of tracked changes. I'm also aware that a notice is in circulation regarding an alternative draft condition regarding aviation lighting. Could I ask the parties to please ensure that when we come to the hearing session, we are working from the most up-to-date version of that schedule? Thank you. Now, I propose that evidence is heard in the following order. The applicant first, followed by Borders Council, and then East Lothian Council. Are parties content with that order? Thank you.
I have a slight difficulty, sir. I did email yesterday to hopefully make you aware that the Scottish Borders Council's landscape architect Unfortunately, has had to travel down to Lancashire following an 88-year-old mother falling ill. And she has indicated that she is unlikely to be available this week. I had hoped to log on to see if there was an update this morning, but haven't been able to do so. I have had a discussion with Mr Trinick earlier, and I believe he may wish to consider Miss Andrews' evidence at some point. Yes, sir.
Yes, the office did notify us of Ms Andrews' unavailability. Our intention is to deal with the evidence presented in the recognition as a written submission, the consequence of which is that it will not carry the weight that it might otherwise have had in our assessment of the application. And I was going to ask Mr Trinick if you had any comments on that.
Thanks, sir. Yes, I do. I'm afraid we would like to hear from Catherine Andrews. She is the principal, well, one of the principal landscape witnesses, indeed a witness for the council in whose area the turbines are. I attach some importance to hearing from her in oral evidence. I express my sympathy to her. There's nothing. These things happen, and so be it. But my proposal is we do come back when she's back at a date to be arranged to hear her evidence. Whether Mr Kirk wants to call Scott Shearer at the same time or today is something I need to know, and that's very much up to him. It's his call if you agree with my proposition, but I am not in favour of dealing with this in writing.
Mr Kirk.
Yeah, I appreciate where Mr Trinick's coming from. I fully understand his position. I will endeavour to find out as soon as possible, as the week progresses, when Miss Andrews is likely to be available. I think possibly that we should hold off from hearing Mr Shearer until we've heard Miss Andrews first. It may be, depending on what Miss Andrews' evidence is, that we may not need to hear from Mr Shearer.
Okay, if you can just perhaps keep us up to date on how things are progressing, and we can come back to agree a date. Okay.
Yeah, I will log on continually as the week progresses, and I will touch base with Miss Andrews to find out how things are progressing.
And where Mr Mason does have some access to the Wi-Fi, so maybe you'd be able to have a chat with him. Okay.
I'll certainly keep endeavouring to do so as the day progresses.
Okay, thank you for that. I'd now like to take a note of the parties who will be participating in today's inquiry session, and I'll start with the applicant, Fred Olsen Renewables Limited. Mr Trinick, who will be appearing for the applicant?
Thanks, sir. I am Marcus Trinick, a solicitor of Queen's Counsel. I'm instructed by Fraser Gillis, the right Johnson Mackenzie, who sits to my left, and in the inquiry session I'll be calling in order of appearance Mr Malcolm Spavin, Professor Stuart Lumsden, and Mr James Welch. Thank you.
Thank you. For Borders Council, obviously we've heard about the unavailability of Miss Andrews, but
yes, the witnesses would have been Ms Catherine Andrews, landscape architect with Scottish Borders Council, and Scott Shearer, who's a planning officer with Scottish Borders Council.
And for East Lothian Council.
Good morning. My name is Donald Campbell. I'm a solicitor from East Lothian Council. The witnesses that will be called on behalf of East Lothian Council are Jean Squires, first on my right, and Sarah Chain, second on my right. There was another witness mentioned at an earlier stage, Glenn Kane. He will no longer be called. Thank you.
And sitting in the gallery is Mr Chris Bruce, who's chair of East Lammermuir Community Council, and I think we've made arrangements for today for Mr Bruce to speak on the matters that are of importance to the Community Council. Now, for the benefit of those that are not familiar with the inquiry process and those watching on the webcast, the inquiry process is more formal than a hearing session. The evidence will be given by the witnesses appearing for each party. Each witness will read their precognition, and when giving evidence, the witness will sit at the table over here on my left. The witnesses will then answer questions posed by those leading the case for the other parties. Those on the same side of the argument cannot gild the lily by asking questions to improve their case. They may, however, seek clarification if something isn't clear. Questions may relate to any aspect of the full precognition and the documents on which the evidence is based. Ms. Haywood and I will ask questions if further information is needed. Particular points may be clarified after cross-examination has taken place. Now, the purpose of today's inquiry session is to enable the two of us to obtain the evidence necessary on the effects of the proposed aviation lighting scheme on landscape character and visual amenity, so that we can make an informed Okay, right. I'll just repeat that paragraph. The purpose of today's inquiry session is to enable the two of us to obtain the evidence necessary on the effects of the proposed aviation lighting scheme on landscape character and visual amenity, so that we can make an informed recommendation to Scottish ministers. Those asking questions should bear this in mind. We will intervene if evidence or the questions stray from this particular topic or do not assist us. Today and after today, we will start each day of the inquiry and hearing sessions at 9:30. We will continue until about 4:30, 5 o'clock, with a break of 1 hour for lunch. We will also have short breaks mid-morning and mid-afternoon. And this is probably a good opportunity to mention to you that the hall manager has provided tea and coffee, which is at the back of the hall. And we would ask that you make a £1 donation towards hall funds when you do make use of that. So thank you. Some of you will be aware, Ms. Haywood and I undertook an unaccompanied site visit in mid-February. We didn't view the site from all of the viewpoints described in the Environmental Impact Assessment Report. We visited mainly those sites to the south and south-east of the application site. We are happy to undertake an accompanied site visit, including a visit at dusk or in the evening. And I was going to encourage you to have a chat amongst yourselves, but I'm aware that there was a conversation before we got started about a possible itinerary for a site inspection. And perhaps when you've had an opportunity to discuss that amongst yourselves, it would be good to hear what the preference is for a site visit. Now, does anyone have any questions about the procedure that we're going to be following today? Very good. Mr. Trinick, can we hear from your witnesses, please?
No questions about procedure, sir, but one or two document tidying up points, if I may. I'm going to ask Mr. Gillis, first of all, to make sure that certain documents which have gone in and have been accepted, you have got copies of. Everybody has, so I'll pass over to him.
Morning, sir. These are documents that were submitted after the document exchange date, which have been accepted, but it's really just to be sure you have those, sir. So it's document 6.18, which is the CAA letter of approval of 19th February 2020, CD 6.19, which is an email from the MOD, 6.20, which is certain documents relating to radar-activated lighting, 6.21, which is a note by Mr. Spaven relating to radar-activated lighting, and 6.22, which are visibility measurements for Estill Muir and Charter Hall. Now, you You will not have hard copies of those last three documents, and I have those here, which I can pass to you. Those were submitted last week and accepted then. In addition to those, at an earlier stage, there were a few additional documents submitted. CD 9.32, which is the Pond Farm appeal decision. CD 9.33, which is the Hagshaw Hill repowering decision letter. CD 9.34, which is the decision in relation to the third Heathrow runway. And then two further documents, CD 10.9, which is a set of 3 updated ZTVs, and CD 10.10, which is a comparative ZTV. Now, you ought to have all of those documents in hard copy, sir, with the exception of CD 20, 21 and 22.
Yes, thank you. The one we have some uncertainty about is CD 9.34. I haven't seen that one.
Okay, I understand that document was submitted on the 28th of February, sir. I'll just double check that and confirm. It's a copy of the decision in relation to the Heathrow challenge.
Perhaps I could ask if the other parties have copies of that.
Copies of the Heathrow report, the case, we have a copy of that, yes.
I don't think I've seen a copy of the Heathrow report.
We can follow that up with our office, but if you...
So, if it assists, we can have hard copies brought down this morning of that document so that you have them available. It's relevant to the hearing session rather than the inquiry session, so we're not going to require to look at it today.
Okay, that's fine. If you could be here in time for the hearing session, that'd be fine.
So there is one other document which is not amongst those that have already been submitted, so we are asking Sir leave for it to be submitted now. It's a copy of a document published by Bayes, which is a consultation document on the CFD allocations. It was published last week, and I have emailed a copy to the other parties late last night, sir, and to your office, so you won't have seen it yet, but we're arranging for hard copies to be delivered today. It is, again, we think it's of relevance to the hearing session tomorrow, and the reason we think it's relevant is it is the most recent statement of UK policy on onshore wind, and we think it would be useful context. So with your permission, we will produce copies of that in the course of today for use during the hearing session tomorrow.
I'm happy to accept that. Yes, thank you.
Thanks, and there are 3 more documents which I've passed to the councils, to Mr Kirk and Mr Campbell, and before I say anything more, are they content they go in?
Yes, I'm content, sir.
Mr Campbell?
Yes, yes.
Thank you very much. The first is an itinerary for the site visit, a suggested one for discussion. We're not claiming this is what all parties have agreed you should see, but it does cover certain nighttime visits which we request should be accompanied, and it's important that we get it before you because of the need to have somebody up the top of a turbine switching a certain light from one intensity to another, and we can't do that at 5 minutes' notice. So I want to get that in and discussed fairly early. Now, that's the first one. We've got copies for you. The councils already have copies. The second document is already before you, in fact. It's an email from Jean Squires to Fraser Gillis, but copied to Laura Walker, dated the 3rd of March, concerning the documents ELC 06, pictures 1 to 9. And that will be spoken to by one of my witnesses. The third and last document is from the CAA, and Mr. Spavin will speak to this, and that concerns a derogation granted by the CAA in respect of the same type of lighting as proposed here at Hagshaw Hill, and that's dated 16 May 2019. Those three, and before Mr. Spavin appears, I'll arrange for copies to be passed to you if you are happy to accept them.
Yes, happy to accept those documents.
Thanks, sir. Those are all my preliminary points.
Any further questions on procedural matters?
No, sir, I'm content.
Okay.
Can I raise a point about what's just been referred to by Mr. Trinick just now in terms of documents that have been produced? Hard copies have been given, in particular the email relating to Hagshaw Hill repowering of aviation lighting. That's just been produced, as far as I'm aware, and made available this morning to my witnesses. They haven't had an opportunity to consider it. They appreciate doing that.
At what point were you intending to refer to that document? Is it during today's session?
Through Mr. Spavin, sir, it's simply a record of a derogation granted by the CAA, similar to the derogation granted for Crystal Rig, enabling fewer turbines to be lit than the total number above 150 metres.
Could I suggest that we move on, but we'll give you an opportunity to read that perhaps over the break, and we can come back and revisit any questions that you may have at that point. Okay, I think Graham's come and help you.
Does the other one on the table work then?
Yes, I can confirm that we're happy for our witnesses to read it at the time of the break.
Okay. Right, thank you. Mr. Trinick, can we hear from your witnesses then, please?
Thanks, sir. I call Mr. Spavin, who's already set himself up. I think that, well, I'll make a preamble comment in a moment, but the documents people will find it useful to have in front of them, in addition to Mr. Spavin's own precognition and inquiry report, are CD20 and 620 and 621, and the precognitions of Sarah Chain and Jean Squires. The preamble comment I want to make is that I'm going to seek your indulgence on evidence in chief. It will be slightly longer than is normal, and there are two reasons for this. Firstly, and this is not a criticism, it's up to them how they present their case, the councils didn't produce inquiry reports. And normally, we would seek to answer some points made in inquiry reports within our precognitions and thus save time in oral evidence. Obviously, we haven't had the opportunity to do that, and this is our first chance to respond to what the council's case is in detail. The second reason is that this is the first inquiry at which aviation lighting has been considered in detail, and I'm only too keenly aware from my perspective I've had to do quite a lot of legwork to understand some of the evidence of Stuart Lumsden, and I'm going to take him through some aspects of his evidence to ensure that we have as good a possible understanding of some of the points he makes, which certainly to me are not obvious on first reading. So with your permission, it may take some time, evidence in chief.
Yes, okay, happy with that.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Spavin, do you have your precognition in front of you?
Yes, I do.
I'm going to ask you to read from paragraph 2.1 to the end, uninterrupted. There'll then be some supplementary questions.
The regulatory framework for aviation obstacle lighting is set at international level through standards and recommended practices, or SARPs, promulgated by the International Civil Aviation Organisation, ICAO. The UK is a member state of ICAO. The UK aviation regulator, the Civil Aviation Authority, CAA, is directed by ministers to implement ICAO SARPs, or, where impracticable, to file a difference with ICAO. All ICAO SARPs on the marking and lighting of obstacles are implemented in full in the UK. The SARPs relating to lighting of obstacles are contained in ICAO Annex 14. Paragraph 4.3.2 of that document recommends that objects that are not in the vicinity of airfields and are 150 metres or more above ground level should be regarded as obstacles, quote, unless a special aeronautical study indicates that they do not constitute a hazard to aeroplanes, unquote. ICAO Annex 14 also contains a standard, i.e. a requirement, that wind turbines should be marked and or lighted if they are determined to be obstacles. However, this may be conditional on a special aeronautical study, as referenced above. In the UK, the ICAO Annex 14 provisions relating to lighting of obstacles of 150 metres or greater are established in law in Article 222 of the Air Navigation Order 2016, the ANO, and that's CD 6.4. Article 222 requires any building, structure or erection of 150 metres or more to be fitted with medium-intensity steady red lights positioned as close as possible to the top of the obstacle and at intermediate levels between the top lights and ground level. Article 222, subparagraph 2, requires the lights to be illuminated by night. Night is defined in Schedule 1 of the ANO as the time from half an hour after sunset until half an hour before sunrise, both times inclusive, sunset and sunrise being determined at surface level. ANO Article 222 also allows for derogations from the lighting requirements set out in the article. Article 222, subparagraph 6 states, a permission may be granted for the purposes of this article for a particular case or class of cases, or generally, while Article 222, subparagraph 7 states, this article does not apply to any en route obstacle for which the CAA has granted a permission to the person in charge, permitting that person not to fit and display lights in accordance with this article. In summary, while the UK goes further than ICAO Annex 14 in that the provision for lighting of obstacles 150 metres or more in height is established in law rather than as policy or guidance, the law also makes provision for the CAA to grant exemptions from the lighting requirements. The provisions for the positioning of lights on wind turbines and on which turbines in a wind farm should be lit are set out in paragraph 6.2.4.3. At least 332 to be illuminated, other than the service lighting required under safety requirements for tall structures. I've looked also at the MOD consultation response to the Earl Seat application. The MOD requested either 25 candela visible or infrared lights on each turbine. That's a standard MOD request, and in almost all cases developers will choose to fit the infrared lights rather than 25 candela because it thereby avoids all visual impact because they're not visible to the human eye. And then finally on Earl Seat, I have observed the Earl Seat wind farm at night on 2 occasions since November of last year from locations up to about 2 kilometres away, and I haven't seen any lights on them. So I would conclude from that that whatever it is that's visible as a lit object from from East Lothian, it's not the Earl Seat wind farm.
Thank you. The third point concerns night vision goggles, and I think Jean Squires and others have questioned why it's not possible to use night vision goggles for all people flying at night, such that visible lighting might not be required. Starting first of all, you've told us about the base position on Article 222 requiring visible lighting for turbines of 150 metres or more in height. You've told us about the derogation procedure, which indeed in this case has resulted in an approved reduced lighting scheme from 7 turbines down to 4. Tell me this, if all aircraft of using the skies at night were night vision goggle equipped, could you simply not install visible lighting, or would there still be a requirement for CAA approval not to have visible lighting?
If all aircraft were night vision goggle equipped, then certainly in this case, Crystal Rig, there would be no requirement for visible lighting. Infrared lighting would be sufficient. And that corresponds with what the consultee responses that we had from aviation consultees that we spoke to. However,
with the approval of CAA, would that be still required? It would. Thank you.
The CAA would still be required to approve that.
Now, in this case, we know that what does SCAA stand for? Scottish Charity Air Ambulance, is that
Scotland's Charitable Air Ambulance.
That operates with no night vision goggle ability. What's the area of operation of SCAA?
Currently, they have one helicopter based in Perth, and its area of operations is effectively the whole of Scotland. In addition to that, they're about to establish a second helicopter based at Aberdeen Airport, and that also effectively will have an operational area covering the whole of Scotland.
And do you know if that helicopter will have a night vision goggle ability?
No, it won't.
So am I right that the publicly funded air ambulances, state-funded air ambulances, do have night vision goggles, but not the charitable ones?
That's correct.
And I think we've made the inquiry aware that, indeed in response to Jean Squires and others' points fairly made, that Fred Olsen Renewables would be prepared to enter into a Section 75 agreement contributing a sum of money towards the provision of a night vision goggle ability for the air ambulance. I think since that offer was made, you've had further contact with SCAA, and as briefly as possible, but obviously slowly to allow the notes to be made, could you please bring the inquiry up to date with the position?
Yes, so I have had contacts both with SCAA themselves and also with Babcock's, who are the operators of the helicopter and also provide the pilots and engineers, for example. We broached with them the possibility of, if those helicopters that they operate were night vision goggle equipped, would that then allow them to approve lighting schemes that were infrared only and didn't contain any visible lighting. And he's the senior pilot at Babcock's for their Scottish operations, has confirmed that they would be happy to recommend infrared lighting only in the event that the charitable helicopters were NVG equipped. We've also spoken to SCAA about the principle of providing funding to them to equip those helicopters with night vision goggles. And while the timescales currently don't fit, they are certainly interested in the principle. Sorry, what do you mean by the timescales don't fit? Currently, they although they've looked into the possibility of equipping with NVG, it's not in their plans within the next 2 years.
I think your update, and this was, I think, with Nick Harvey, who's the Deputy CEO of SCAA, goes a bit beyond that, doesn't it, into some costings?
Indeed. So both speaking to Babcock's and SCAA, we were trying to determine what kind of costs would be involved. And the applicant had put together a proposal to offer £100,000 towards the capability. That was essentially constructed on the basis of the cost of the night vision goggle equipment itself. When we subsequently spoke to Babcock's and SCAA, it became apparent that the main cost would not actually be the cost of the night vision goggles and related equipment. It would be the cost of upgrading the helicopters. And that was put at £1 million per aircraft. So that would effectively mean you would have to fund £2 million in order to secure NVG capability on both the charitable funded helicopters.
Why would it be necessary, from the point of view of Crystal Rig 4, to upgrade both helicopters? Why not just one?
Because both helicopters have Crystal Rig within their operational area, so could conceivably be operating night low level in that airspace.
And your information from SCAA and Babcock's is that there are no, as I understand it, I'm leading you a bit, but no immediate plans to seek funding for the upgrade to enable a night vision goggle ability for both helicopters.
That's correct. The way they organise things, any decisions of that nature are taken on a tripartite basis. So you have Babcock's, who operate the helicopters. You have the Scottish Ambulance Service, who provide the paramedics for the helicopters. And you have SCAA, which essentially raises the funds for the operation. And so acquiring night vision capability would be a strategic decision taken on a tripartite basis. And only after they'd got that tripartite strategic agreement would they then be looking at how to fund the capability. And as it stands at the moment, they don't plan to acquire that capability in the next 2 years.
Thank you for that. I'm turning to the our last point, which is radar-activated lighting. And here we have a Sarah Chain recognition, paragraph 2.6, saying that the option of radar-activated lighting has been dismissed without evidence to support the reasoning. She refers to the inquiry report of Mr. Welch, and he can speak for himself in due course. But I'd like you to respond in your terms to what Sarah Chain says.
So, first of all, if you go to CD 620, which is a bundle of documents relating to the applicant's investigation of the feasibility of radar-activated lighting, you'll find in there that there are a number of difficulties or hurdles to get over to make radar-activated lighting work for a wind farm. First of all, you need the radar sensor to meet the criteria for coverage of the required airspace. So it has to be able to reliably detect and track aircraft flying at low level within a specified radius. And particularly in hilly country, and where, for example, military helicopters especially are actually seeking to use the terrain for masking as part of their training, it can be quite difficult to find a single site at a wind farm to place a radar which will see and reliably track all aircraft in the required area. And related to that, the radars have to be on quite high towers, and again, from CD 620, you'll see there's suggestion the towers could be up to 100 metres high in order to provide the required coverage. Any radars on towers will require planning permission, which would also, of course, have to include landscape and visual assessment. Second issue with radar-activated lighting is it currently doesn't exist anywhere in the UK.
I'm just going to stop you there so we take things point by point. You say there's a reference in CD 620 to masts being up to 100 metres high. I don't see that reference. I see references based on what Openler said to 40 and 80 metres. Do you have other information that the masts might need to be as high as 100 metres?
So if you go to the first page of CD 620, which is an email dated 24th May 2019, and if you go to the, well, it's effectively the third paragraph, which has 3 bullet points. The third bullet point says, with location A, the coverage is quite poor, and it would have to be a 100-metre mast.
Correct, my fault. I was looking at the radar activation document, which is CD 621, but yeah, you're right, it's there. Thank you. Please carry on.
So radar activated lighting currently doesn't exist in the UK. The CAA has been looking into a policy for radar activated lighting for approximately 2 years. And that policy has been promised for publication since about a year ago, but still hasn't been published. And so at this stage, we don't even know what the criteria for regulatory approval of radar-activated lighting will be. But it will require CAA approval. In addition to approval from the CAA, every radar will require frequency clearance approval from Ofcom. And that's because every radio frequency on which transmissions are being made can interfere with transmissions on the same frequency. So Ofcom is responsible for allocating those frequencies so that no two transmitters will interfere with each other. And the allocation of frequencies is not guaranteed, and if radar-activated lighting became a regular feature of wind farms, then you would at some point get into difficulties with having enough frequencies for all the radars required that are within line of sight of each other. Fourth point, most of the radar-activated lighting systems that are on the market use what's called primary surveillance radar, which is simply energy being transmitted out and reflecting off anything in its path. And that type of radar is not capable of differentiating between an aircraft equipped with night vision goggles and one that isn't. And in the case of Crystal Rig, the vast majority of the aircraft, possibly all of the aircraft flying at low level at night in the area, are equipped with night vision goggles and don't actually require visible lighting. So in those circumstances, the radar-activated lighting would be switching on the turbines for aircraft that actually don't need them. And that, of course, will generate unnecessary visual impact. For pilots that are flying on night vision goggles, it is also possible that sudden switching on of lights, particularly if it's a large group of lights, could degrade their night vision because of glare caused in the night vision goggles. Further point, radar-activated lighting systems default to switching the lights on when a fault is detected in the system. And at an upland site like Crystal Rig, particularly in winter when maintenance access may be difficult, that could lead to the lights being defaulting to on for long periods of time. In addition, the lights will default to on and stay on when the radar loses track of an aircraft that it has been tracking in the warning area. And particularly for military aircraft at low level, that's likely to be quite a regular occurrence because, as I mentioned earlier, they are constantly seeking to use the terrain to mask their presence from radar. So again, this would lead to the lights being switched on, A, for aircraft that don't need them in the first place, and B, defaulting to leaving them on if they lose track of those aircraft, and thereby causing unnecessary visual impact.
Thank you, Mr. Bateman. That summarises your views on radar-activated lighting, and the reporters already have CD20 and CD21. Would you like to stay there, please? There may be some questions for you.
Borders Council, do you have questions for the witness?
Yes, I just have the one. Good morning, Mr. Spaven. I think you indicated, I just wanted to clarify the position with regard.
Mr. Campbell, I don't know if you've had an opportunity to speak to your team about the documents that we spoke about at the beginning of the session.
If I may, a moment, my Lord, Mr. Reporter. Yes, thank you. Yes, we're content to proceed on the basis of.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. Mrs. Spaven, there's no questions from Ms. Haywood or myself, so Mr. Trinick, available to you for re-examination.
No re-examination, thank you. If I could have a little time just to do the swap over, but while we're doing that, in terms of the site visit, the forecast looks reasonably clear, as far as we know, for this evening. We'd like to know whether to get the guy ready to go up the turbine. It is subject to wind conditions. Obviously, there are limits on wind. But if we were going to do it this evening, we need to leave here at about 5. So probably our vote is to give it a go this evening, if you're prepared for that, but it's your decision.
We haven't actually seen the draft itinerary that you
But yes, if appropriate time was identified where we could complete today, then it would be possible for us this evening.
Well, thank you for that. And East Lothian?
It is quite difficult for my two witnesses to attend tonight. Unfortunately, they did have prior commitments, but I think Ms. Chain would have to be away by 9 o'clock this evening.
So obvious by eye. So that's only because I've essentially boosted this camera image. You can see the light by eye, but not the hill line. The other areas around we have here are Little Spot, get the name right, which is a relatively small settlement. It's only a few houses, but they all seem to have their house lights basically shining straight towards this particular location, which makes it very prominent. All the lights you can see, pretty much, by eye were more prominent than the aviation light at this stage. So that's essentially what the scene looked like on a modest visibility night.
Can I, before you leave these images, just tackle a couple of points? Yeah, I know, it's the trouble with feedback when I do, but we'll give it a go. Is yours off? Professor Lumsden, just dealing with some points arising from this image. It's described as night time. Now, we'll come on to exactly what that means later, but is that, as I understand, you've got sunset, when the globe goes below the horizon. Then there is a period called civil twilight, where I think the sun is about between 0 and 6 degrees below the horizon. Then there is nautical twilight, 6 to 12 degrees below the horizon. Then there is astronomical twilight, 12 to 18 degrees below the horizon. And then it's night.
Correct.
So this is at night time. It's after the end of all twilight.
Correct.
Thank you. And in terms of what can you tell us about what the eye sees and what the camera sees at night?
So it's important to take into account when you look at camera images of wind turbines or anything, to be honest, what you see yourself will vary quite significantly from that. And it's extremely hard, despite all the guidance from people like the Institute of Lighting Professionals, to actually make them match. You can do something which will capture the bright highlights to your eyes, but then the rest of the image would appear black. You can do something like I've done here, which is take a longer exposure, so you can see some of the fainter stuff which your eye can't actually pick up, but then it's not actually particularly representative for the brighter tones of what your eye sees. It basically is masking that in a sense. And that's because a camera essentially just sits there and integrates for as long as you have the shutter open. So it just goes up linearly with time. If there's light coming into it, the signal goes up. Your eye doesn't behave like that particularly. Your eye is not linear in the same sense. It doesn't respond as a straight line. Your eye basically responds to different brightnesses of light quite differently in a very non-linear fashion. So that what we see is actually quite different to what a camera can see. You can mock this up in software again after the event, but my impression, and this is just personal opinion, it never quite looks like what you actually see by eye. So that it's best to actually go and look for yourself. That's basically the bottom line of this. And also that it should always be clear when you're looking at images of these things, you need to know exactly what's been done to the image. Otherwise, there's no context to actually place the evidence in.
Thanks for that. We're going to make some more comments about other images, but I'll wait till people sit down for that. We'll carry on with, I think, D4 now. Apparently. This is at viewpoint 19, which is about 1 kilometre north of Whitekirk. So, sorry, nearly 5 kilometres north of Whitekirk, my fault. What do you want to tell us about D4 and D5?
Okay, so this pair of images was actually acquired by a professional photographer, so not by myself, in clear conditions. So things are much improved. The first of these, it says nighttime. It's not quite true because it's actually 15 minutes before the end of nautical twilight. So it's a condition in which you would actually still expect by eye to see land features. We're going to come back and discuss twilight again later, but the definition of nautical twilight, the original name, basically was for navigators could see land features and stars at the same time. So he would have been able to see the horizon at this time. The test light here has been marked. It is honestly there. You can just see it if you want to come closer on the screen. It is actually obvious. Well, not obvious, it is present. This has a similar elevation to Whitekirk. They're actually about the same altitude above sea level. So you're seeing, roughly speaking, the same initial intensity from the light. It's just coming further. So it's another 5 kilometres further away. I've, again, manipulated this slightly just to boost the midtones again so you can actually see what's going on. You can see, again, features in the landscape of different places. The most noticeable ones here are the Torness power station and the cement works nearby, which are on the left-hand side, which stand out very obviously.
Now, we are 15 minutes before the end of nautical twilight here. If the human eye was looking at this image rather than a camera, would it see more or less of the landscape background?
I would expect it to see slightly less, but you would certainly still see at this stage that dark mass because it was a clear sky.
Go on to D5 now.
So this is D5. It's the same location. It's just taken later in the same night. This one, I've tried to keep the peak intensities of things like the lights the same, but again dragged up the midtones. It looks much the same, but that's because I've dragged up the midtones more here than the previous one. So by eye, you would not see the landforms at this time. And indeed, if you look at the original image, all you can see are the individual point sources of the lights. There's basically no evidence of the land at this stage. You can see 1 or 2 stars as well, obviously. If you were well dark adapted, you might be able to spot the difference purely because the stars are up here and the land is down here. But that's not a sharp gradient either, as we'll discuss later on as well. So this is basically more like getting towards true night, but this is still not itself full night. But to the human eye, that sort of stage of what's called astronomical twilight, when the sun is between -12 and -18 degrees below the horizon, looks much the same as night, to be honest. There's not much difference.
So looking at, I'll tell you where it is. Sarah Cheney's recognition at 4.3, where she refers to D5 as showing the dark linear band of the hills, broken only by the example light beyond the settlement lit plain. You're saying that with the human eye as opposed to the camera, you might not, in this period of astronomical twilight, pick up that landscape background.
Not as a sharp line, no. It would be much more... down here is dark. Up there you can see stars. Along the horizon, you don't actually see stars. If you go out on a clear night...
Would you see, with the human eye, having referred to what Sarah Chain says, would you in fact see the landscape background, that dark band of the hills, in astronomical twilight?
In astronomical twilight, you would not see that dark band of the hills with the human eye, even if you'd waited long enough to actually be fully dark adapted. Not as a sharp line, no.
What would you see of that landscape background? It's quite important, I think, to get this clear for the inquiry.
Okay, so this is going back to the previous point I was making. If you go out on a typical location, a very dark one, it's better for looking at, and you look around the horizon, you will not see stars down near the horizon because the amount of attenuation coming through our atmosphere, looking sort of like 90 degrees, is about 40 times what you get when you look straight upwards. So essentially all that stuff just disappears. Instead what you get is all that starlight still coming through, but it's bouncing around in the atmosphere. So you get this sort of like milky grey band around the horizon, which you can just about see if you really wait a long time at night. And above that, the stars start to appear. They're more prominent the further up you go. Above about 30 degrees, it's fine. You can see them easily. So the only things you really see down right near the horizon are things that are very bright, like the sun, sunset, or the moon, or perhaps Venus as well, which is the brightest of the planets. Everything else just looks like this sort of like greyish mass. And that greyish mass merges into the ground. So there is no sharp distinction between ground and sky in that sense. It's a gradient that you would expect to see.
So in the D5 image, you can see the red light, the test light for sure, but not related to the land background.
It would appear just to be somewhere out there. From this distance, certainly, it would not be obvious where it was.
You can move on to D7 now. D6, sorry.
D6 is just to show which turbine actually has the light, so that you can basically see where we are.
D7.
D7 is a sequence taken through twilight, starting from just after...
At what distance?
This is from Whitekirk again, from 15 kilometres.
Go on.
Sunset, basically, this time of year was about 20 to 4 in the afternoon, just right in the middle of winter. And I was there for about an hour, and I took images through from just after sunset through to the end of civil twilight. And this figure 7 shows a sequence running from the start of that. The exposure times obviously have to vary because the light background from the sky is changing dramatically through this sort of period. The light itself gets switched on half an hour after sunset. So the first two are more setting the scene. These are things where you don't expect to see the light, and of course you don't. The next two, figure D7b, it's starting to get darker. They both should show the light. The light should have been turned on by for both of these. It's very hard to see it in the second one, but it is there. It's impossible to see it in the first one with these. And that's through to the end of civil twilight, so that's when the sun's 6 degrees below the horizon. It might...
Sorry, go on.
I was just going to say, it might not be obvious at all, even if you come very close, you wouldn't actually be able to see it there on the image. So I'm just going to do something to slightly cheat for a second. I'll show you. People might want to come closer just to have a look at this, just to confirm that they actually can see it.
Explain to those who are not coming closer what it is you're pointing out.
So there's a very faint light source which can be seen, obviously attached to the turbine at this stage. It is just brighter than this background sky at this stage. So this is essentially a matter of contrast, because the background sky is bright, even though the light itself is a bright thing. There's so much sky background, you're so far away, that essentially it's hard to see.
Okay, can we go back to the slideshow, please? So resuming where we were, that then wasn't DA, wasn't 7A, it was D7B. Right, well, the point being that D7A, the light isn't on because it's sunset plus 27 minutes, so it's 3 minutes before switch on time.
Yes, and it's also, I think it also makes clear if we roll back to D7A, you can see why the CA don't require lights to be on at that stage, because if the sky is clear, it's very bright.
In D7B, this is after sunset plus 35, so it's after switch on time, so the light is on. Would you be able to see the light in these conditions? I think you've just shown us that by some manipulation you can, but with the human eye, please, is the important point, perceive the light in these light conditions.
In the upper one, I could not see it at all, to the point I wasn't sure I was looking at the right turbine. In the second one, by dint of straining a lot and sort of looking away, looking back, looking away, looking back, I could just about convince myself that I could see what the camera could see.
Which are the crane images, and we're looking first at D8. These are the St James crane lights which have made multiple appearances in the evidence. And these are lit, and we know they're 2,000 candela lights. What do you want to tell us, briefly as possible, please, about these?
Fundamentally, that there are two aspects here. One is to do specifically with cranes, and one is about lighting as a whole. The cranes are to do with the way in which the lights are attached to the cranes. So you can see on the jib, which is the upright part of the cranes, the lights tend to be basically aligned so that their horizontal plane is actually along the jib. And the brightest part of the light is actually coming out horizontal and just above. So rather than being something which is above eye level and going above your head, essentially, the brightest part of the light you can see from these can be pointing in any direction. It depends not just on the angle of the jib, but on the orientation of the crane as well. And so these things, effectively, you have no idea what you're looking at any given time. We also do not know the characteristics of these lights. Malcolm Spavin introduced the properties that the ITA regard as regulations. They also have recommendations about what lights should be able to do, but those are not enforced. And the cheapest way to make a light to make the regulations is to actually make one which is essentially not well constrained above the horizontal. It's much easier. If you imagine just taking a light, the easiest way to make it bright here is to actually tilt it like that, so the full beam's going out like that. But we don't know that's true, and you can't then work out what the characteristics are. We don't know how wide the beam is coming out from these things. That could also be broader than it should be. We just don't know. My own perception of these from many different locations is that the St James's Centre crane lights appear to be anomalously bright from virtually everywhere, to be honest.
Can you recommend to the reporters how useful these lights may be as some kind of surrogate in assessing the crystal rig lights?
I certainly wouldn't use them. I don't think they're reflective of what you can see in any sense. You can compare them in other scenarios, which are in the Appendix D, which I don't propose to carry on going through. It's just essentially this aspect, you don't know what the orientation angle is that you're looking at, which just absolutely negates their usefulness in any sense. You don't know what you're seeing. You don't know whether it's 2,000 candelas, 2,500 candelas, 3,000 candelas, 500 candelas. It could be any of those, and you just don't know.
You lit on another point here that we've been told they're 2,000 candela lights, but I think you told us that doesn't mean that that's the maximum brightness of the light. It may go well beyond that.
Yeah, so the regulation requires them to be 2,000 candelas at a certain elevation. It doesn't say what the maximum brightness should be. It gives you a minimum beam width and the intensity at that actual elevation. But as I said, you can actually do that most easily by making the maximum intensity much brighter and just tilting the light up. That will give you the same effect and still meet the regulations. So without basically having a sense of who the manufacturers are and all the rest of it, a 2,000 candela lights can actually be very different. They can appear very dissimilar.
People can probably sit down again now because the remainder of the visual material is contextual. Yeah, we can rely on the written images for the rest. We don't need the slideshow. Do you want to move your table back that way a bit now? Well, your water's there. We'll see. All right, we're going to go through the rest. Fairly quickly. D9 is just gives context to the St James's light. Unless you want to stop anywhere, I think we just note D10. Unless there's anything particularly you want to say about D10.
Not particularly. No, I think it's all in the text.
It says in the caption. Ditto D11, and that's the end of that series. Thank you very much. Going back to something about camera images, reference has been made by Catherine Andrews in her evidence to attending the SNH aviation lighting workshop. Indeed, Mr Welch attended that workshop and he's dealt with it in his inquiry report. And is there some observation you want to make about what you heard about that workshop in the context of one of the images before this inquiry? If we go to let's go to it first, my apologies, ELC 9. So the first of the images in ELC 9 is the Neilston Community wind turbines in East Renfrew. We know they're 2,000 candela lights. And what is the observation you want to make about this image?
Something which I think the text here itself admits to. This image exaggerates the brightness of the lights due to a long exposure on the camera, and which I believe a member of SNH actually confirmed to one of my colleagues. Essentially, they were trying to accentuate what the lights looked like, so they weren't basically trying to, in any sense, match what the lights are. At this distance, you're near to the lights here. You can see you're near to the lights here. The lights would appear bright anyway. But to get that kind of effect of reflective glow off the ground, you've basically sat there for a long time. That's not what you would perceive by eye wandering about. You would see the bright red light in the distance and not this glow coming down. To be able to get the stars coming out like that is actually quite a long exposure image.
Would you now turn to ELC 6, a series of photographs brought into the inquiry by East Lothian Council? We can go past the daytime shots, I think, and go past images, so pictures 3, 4, 5, 6. Those are sunset shots. But we come into, I think, 7, 8, and 9 will do us, frankly. Looking at those images, do they contain the context that you need to make them helpful to you in evaluating ELC's evidence? If not, what would you need to know?
Apologies, I missed which picture number that is you're referring to.
Numbers 7, 8 and 9.
Okay, so the images here show images of the locale at night. 7 and 8 are actually a linked pair, and 9 is a separate image. The images are presented as obtained from the web. They're properly attributed, that's not a problem. But without actually understanding key characteristics such as the exposure times, the aperture of the camera used, the gain of the camera, it's hard to work out what you're actually giving. Again, it's back to context. Are these all long exposures? Are they short exposures? Were they taken with someone's iPhone, just basically taking snapshots of their friends? Is it a professional camera? You can't tell without the details. For these two, the actual link provided for number 9 actually gives some of those details, because it's on Flickr. For 7 and 8, there's no such detail. So again, it's not so much that the images are worthless, but they lack context to provide the real value.
Very well. That leaves, looking at images for the moment, I'm going to take you straight to your point 3, to your figure 1612 in your inquiry report. So on page 7 of your inquiry report, below 1611, there is a figure 6. And I think it'd be helpful, because this figure has made an appearance in the evidence of others, if you could just explain a little further what it shows, bearing in mind we're laymen.
Okay. So first of all, I should explain a little bit about the model. The model essentially just works with basic properties of the atmosphere, some of which are just to do with what's in the atmosphere, if you like. And from that, it can predict how much light is attenuated as a function of distance from which source. And for the plot, what I've shown is actually...
Can you just go a bit slower, please?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. For the plot itself, all I've shown is actually two models. We have the one labelled good and the one labelled bad. The third line there, the yellow line, which says geometric, is actually just what you would get if there was no atmosphere there whatsoever. So that's for guidance rather than anything else. It shows you the effect the atmosphere has. The good plot is assumed 200 candela light as the source, and the bad plot assumes a 2000 candela light for the source. So you can see that the red line and the yellow and blue lines essentially are slightly separated near the origin here. The dashed lines represent the sort of like upper dashed line are what I've labelled as the brightest stars. These are things which are amongst the 20 or so bright stars in the whole sky. In astronomical speak, they're the most obvious one of these would be something like Betelgeuse and Orion, which is the big bright star in the corner of Orion, or Vega, which is also the same sort of magnitude. So, the faint stars visible to the eye tend not to have names because they're so faint, to be honest. You would have to be really dark adapted to be able to see those at all. You would not see those in typical conditions where there's any kind of lighting around.
And we're all used to seeing Venus in the night sky early in the evening, and then it rises. I think it rises, yes. That's a planet, not a star, but were it to be a star, where would that appear on this as a horizontal line on this graph?
So if you had Venus, you would take your upper dashed line, and you would go up by a factor of 55 currently for its current brightness. So that's about 1.3 in the logarithm, so you're basically halfway between the 10 to the minus 3 and 10 to the minus 5 horizontal points on the vertical axis there would be close to where you would be.
What else do you need to tell us about this so that we can make use of it?
Okay, so the other axis, the x-axis obviously, the lower x-axis is just distance, how far away you are from the source. The upper axis is trying to show you what elevation this light can be seen at a given, what altitude above sea level this light can be seen at a given elevation angle down from the light. So in this case, it's minus 1.3 degrees, which is actually designed to match Whitekirk. And so the altitude, you can see there, essentially you're trying to get to a point where you match to what you actually have for the location. The model here effectively is designed to basically match Whitekirk's about 50 metres, give or take. So you're down to beyond somewhere between 15 and 17.5 kilometres distance. And that's where you look to see what you're actually at. The reason it stops at near 20 kilometres is obviously for this particular elevation angle, that particular part of the light's gone basically now shining straight through the ground, so you're not seeing it any further. You would be seeing the light slightly more elevated, so less negative elevations at that more distant points. You'd have to rerun the model to do that, effectively. So if for every distance and every location, which has a height above sea level, you can basically rerun this to get the prediction for what they would expect to see.
I understand that you haven't sought to model light intensity changes with negative elevation.
So what this model has taken, just to be conservative, and because we don't know what the kind of light might be approved for this in the end or used in the end, is I've just assumed essentially you've got a uniform 200 candela light. So regardless of which angle you're looking at it, you see 200 candelas for the good case, or 2000 for the bad case. So in principle, if you actually had something which met the ICAO regulations, you might expect to see a factor of 2 and a bit less in terms of the light. So you just drop all those curves down again.
But that compares with the approach of Mr. Welch, who in JW6 and 6A does model diminishing intensity with negative elevations and indeed distance.
Correct.
You've told us about the belt stars in Orion, Betelgeuse, and one other I can't remember the name of. And you've told us about Venus, and the other star I think we all see in the night sky quite brightly is Sirius. So where does that rate on the level of brightness?
Okay, so actually the belt stars in Orion are the ones which are not Betelgeuse.
Slow down.
Betelgeuse is the bright one. The
Okay,
belts.
and speak up. And
Okay.
slow down. Thank you.
The belt stars are the ones in the middle. So Orion looks like that sort of shape, and the belt stars are the ones through the middle. They're very easy to see. It's a very easy constellation spot, so I thought it would be a good comparison. The Orion itself is up at the moment, and if it was clear tonight, perhaps we might be able to, everyone can test this from themselves. I visited Whitekirk again 2 nights ago just to see for myself, because it was clear on Sunday. And my impression is that the test light looks like the belt stars in Orion. And the belt stars in Orion on this plot, they're not shown as any given lines, but they would fall somewhere around about, it's hard to explain this, in logarithmic terms they're a factor of 1 down. So basically you've got that dashed line as around about 10 to the minus 6.5 or so. You would go down to the 10 to the minus 6.5, you go down to 10 to the minus 7.5 instead. So you would be down here somewhere, give or take.
So that is, just to be clear, that's just above the faintest stars dotted line, or
No, it's somewhere in the middle. It's
somewhere between the
Yeah.
brightest stars and the faintest stars.
Yeah, if I said it's basically more or less halfway between them, it wouldn't be terribly far wrong.
Thank you for that. And are you making practical use of this diagram? Let's take the example of viewpoint 13 at Redstone Rig. So we know that's at 5.5 kilometres. So as I understand it, the way you use this is you go to the distance on the bottom x-axis, 5.5, you go vertically until you encounter the appropriate line, whether it's red for bad, well, you probably wouldn't see it on the 5.5, but or blue for good, 200 candela. And that enables you to give some context to the brightness, doesn't it?
Indeed, that's correct. Yes, that's exactly how you use
the
it.
reporters can think to themselves, well, what we're seeing here is equivalent to a bright star or a faint star or whatever it is. And that's the use you make of this figure. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
I'm not sure I entirely understand that. Can you just explain that again, please, Mr.
Okay, I'll try instead of Marcus. Supposing you wanted to work out how bright the light would appear from Redstone Rig, for example, one of the viewpoints. It's about 5 kilometres from where the proposed lights would be. So you just read along the distance axis to 5 kilometres, then go up vertically to where it intersects with the model predictions, and that tells you what the model predictions essentially are for that location. So in that particular location, as it happens, it's pretty much the point at which, in either good or bad conditions, you see the same brightness of light, and it's a bit brighter than the brightest stars. The other point to keep in mind here, though, these are only 2 models. I've modelled the very good conditions and not the very bad conditions. Though the conditions which are worse than this, because this is the point at which the light switches over from 200 to 2000. So there will obviously be conditions which are much poorer than that, potentially. And there will be some which are better, and there will be a full range in the middle too. So if you knew what your conditions actually were, you could actually just run the model for the conditions too. But for that particular point, everything more or less overlaps. The only difference you would get here would be in much poorer conditions, the light would essentially drop off much more rapidly. You would struggle to see it.
Right, changing topic, if you go to your inquiry report at 171 on page 8. perhaps that's simply context for the reporters, but the concept I want you to explore a little further for us is that of dark adaptation. You've already used that phrase a couple of times in your evidence. What do you mean by dark adaptation, and why is it relevant to this inquiry?
Okay, so this is something which is not an easy thing to try and describe, and I won't claim to be an absolute expert on this because it's mostly biology, but I'll try and explain the process. It's also covered in some greater detail in my technical report, so CD 10.3 in section 3, at probably excruciating detail. The idea essentially is that our eyes contain both what are called rods and cones. One is basically good for night vision, one's good for day vision. One gives us only monochromatic vision, one gives us colour vision. As the light fades, the colour component of our eyesight slowly but surely sort of like reduces, and the nighttime, the monochromatic vision, comes up. This, if you were coming straight out of a very brightly lit room, would be quite a slow process. It takes a while. I'm sure people are aware of this themselves. If you come out from a room like this and you went outside at night, if you looked up the sky, you wouldn't see very much for the first minute or so. Then slowly you see more and more and more stars. And typically that first stage takes about 10 minutes. It varies from person to person quite a lot. At that stage, you would still actually be able to see colour quite clearly. For typical conditions in most parts of this country, where we live at least, sort of built-up areas, including somewhere like here in Duns, what you would actually experience is only down to that limit, effectively. The things like the street lights would stop you getting fainter. If you were out completely in the dark, supposing you were, for example, on top of the Lammermuirs in the Southern Upland Way, and you would hopefully be dark adapted before you went there, you would see fainter, but your vision would actually become monochrome. And because it actually becomes monochrome, it responds, what you're seeing is only the response then of the rods. The rods themselves are not actually sensitive to red light, so the contrast of a red light in particular, when you get fully dark adapted, actually drops off quite a lot. This is something which, again, it's been studied moderately well, but not with the sort of like levels in which you could say absolutely what an individual would perceive. But this is what the studies tend to show, that effectively when you get to the point where you're fully dark adapted, and so you're not seeing safety risk, is because essentially you can't see as well in the dark anymore, because essentially the cells in your eyes have been saturated by the light, and they take time to chemically recover.
So, somewhat counterintuitively, perhaps for a layman, the walker on the Southern Upland Way at night, apart from falling over, because he wouldn't have any light at all, if he was fully dark adapted and really not much light at all, the chances are that that person eventually wouldn't see the red light because the cones in his eye would not be operational. His vision would be, is it scotopic, is that right, at night?
Scotopic, yes.
As opposed to photopic, so that the rods are dominating and not the cones. Whereas the car driver, because he's sort of halfway between photopic and scotopic, is mesopic, is that the right phrase?
Yes.
He would actually see the red rather more than the walker on the path.
Indeed, just as when you're driving in the car at night, you can quite clearly see never mind the brake lights in the car ahead of you, you can see the position lights, the red position lights in the car ahead of you quite clearly. Again, this will be a function of distance. So the walker in the Southern Upland Way, if they're close enough to the lights, would see them. But as they get further away, they will just slowly fade away, and just because they can't go white, which is what your scotopic vision essentially is, because our rods have no sensitivity to red light. It just disappears.
I think we've covered that as far as we need to. I want to go on to talk about twilight a bit. Now, we've already explored this a bit. If you go to your technical report at 712, in essence, so far as this inquiry is concerned, you have sunset, and if I lead you a bit, it's only to speed things along a bit, that's when the globe finally disappears below the horizon, and that's the horizon from the point of view of the viewer.
Correct.
Civil twilight, if we turn over to page 17 of your inquiry report, and we need to explain that. You've got 3 horizontal columns. The sunrise 0840, that's the shortest day of the year. 0612 is the spring equinox, and 0423 is the longest day of the year. Am I right so far?
Oh, yes, it's the technical report, though, not the inquiry
So
report.
follow the shortest day through to sunset, and we see that's at 1536. That means the light would have to come on at 1606.
Correct.
At that time, you're in civil twilight, because that's CT, labelled at the top. That would end at 1624.
Correct.
Then you'd be into nautical twilight, which would end at 1713, and astronomical twilight ends at 1759, beyond which you're into full night. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Right, let's go on to satellite images. We're getting on, so I'm going as far, but I think it's useful to go through these things in a little detail. If you tell me you've got the point, just tell me, and I will move on.
No, this is all quite interesting, and yes, needs to be taken slowly. So that's
Thank you.
very helpful. Thank you.
Satellite images. Now, if we go to paragraph 2.7 of Jean Squire's recognition. As a starting point, she refers to JW3 and JW4, the big figures, which are satellite images, and to her own ELC18 dark sky mapping. Your technical report at 821, you might go to it, outlines limitations on satellite, the usefulness of satellite maps. Could you briefly just take us through those limitations?
Okay, so in the technical report, CD 10.3, there's another version of the similar image, which is in figure 8 on page 21. These satellites are designed to do many different things. But they're what are called polar satellites, so they go round and round and round, so they cover the whole bit of the globe every day, but basically only once on what's called the ascending orbit and once on the descending orbit at any given time. So for us, the ascending orbit is in the daytime, and the descending orbit occurs between 1 a.m. and 3 p.m., and that's basically year-round. These things are regular as clockwork.
Do you mean 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. or 3 p.m.?
A.m.
Sorry, you said p.m. That's what it's
Sorry. That's obviously the middle of the night. That's the darkest sort of like part of the night in terms of all the lighting that's going on, because the amount of human activity is reduced at that time of night. And that's just needs to be essentially made aware of. You need to accept that this essentially is a lower bound to the light pollution you're going to get. You will in almost all circumstances otherwise see more. The other thing to keep in mind is that the satellite itself is actually working at a wavelength not dissimilar to night vision goggles. It's sensitive to lights between 500 nanometers, which is somewhere between green and blue, and 900 nanometers, which is well out into the infrared.
500 is somewhere between green and blue, and 900
is infrared. Sorry. Obviously, our eyes are sensitive below 500 nanometers. They're sensitive down to about 400 or so. So the light we perceive as blue is 400 to 500, give or take. Street lights can have all kinds of characteristics. The old-fashioned street lights, the simplest ones, were actually the old low-pressure sodium lights, the orange lights, which are very much just one wavelength. It would pick up those. The more modern, because they're more efficient, more energy saving, and therefore perfectly acceptable, LED lights actually have quite a broad spread in terms of the light that comes out. So they are designed to work as something which has the LED part, which is actually very blue, typically. That reacts with material on the glass to give you the spread out to longer wavelengths, so they appear more white instead. That's how they get that broad white spectrum. But because they have that blue component, you can miss up to half of the light from the satellite in terms of what the LEDs are showing you. It varies from lighting installation to lighting installation. It could be as low as 30%, it could be as high as 50%, but you're missing some of the light. And from studies that my students have been doing over the last 10 years, as LED lights have actually been replacing the old-fashioned lights, you might think things are actually getting darker, but in practice it's because you're missing so much of the light. Many locations actually are brighter at night than they used to be. And of course, brighter with much whiter light as well.
Maybe an obvious answer. Do these satellites pick up transient lighting, car headlights and what have you?
Not for single vehicles. You can actually spot some things in these. Like, for example, if you looked at the M6, you'll actually see a stream of lights, even in the middle of the night. But for individual rural roads, no, you won't see anything.
Looking at, if you wouldn't mind getting out, Sarah and Mum, JW4, which is the large A1 image. Sorry, can someone get it?
Sorry, did you say JW4?
JW4.
Thank you.
There is JW3, which is also a satellite image, but it's 4 I want you to refer to. Applying what you've just told us about LED lighting, about transient lighting, to the image we see in JW4, first of all, is this is a satellite image? Is that right?
It appears to be one, yes.
Do you know which satellite?
There are only two satellites which are basically able to do this work, and they're essentially the same model. They're just designed to be a family.
In fact, it tells us it's a Suomi satellite. It says in the caption. I missed that. My apologies. So this satellite, what time of the night is this pass?
Typically, obviously with the clock changes, you get an hour change in sort of local time, but typically it is somewhere between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. on universal time, so Greenwich Mean Time.
And based on what you've told us, the light which shows as brighter colour on JW4 might, I mean, leading you to some extent, my apologies, might be lighter still where the satellite able to pick up LED and transient lighting?
Yes.
We won't try and be more precise than that. It would be lighter. That's fine. The precognition of Jean Squires. We're changing topic. Put that away. At paragraph 3.1, where she rightly picks up the issue of atmospheric conditions affecting visibility and takes issue with the use of Lucas visibility information on the basis that that site is not topographically or in terms of its proximity to coast comparable with Crystal Rig 4. That led you, having read her evidence, to produce CD 622, which people might get in front of them, I think. What have you done in CD 622? Tell us.
Okay, so I think, as Jude Squires rightly pointed out, the Lookers data is for a more distant site. It's a coastal site. It's the only one which was publicly available at that stage in terms of literature. I was minded by the fact that it would be good to try and find some other evidence, and discovered something I hadn't actually been aware of before, just in the last 2 or 3 weeks, which is that some of this Met Office data is actually publicly available to everyone who wants to look at it if you find the right website. And there are 2 Met Office stations which are potentially relevant here in terms of what they actually keep, which are Eskdale Muir, which is a staff station, and Charter Hall, which is unmanned. Eskdale Muir is very similar in terms of characteristics with the Lammermuirs. It's very similar altitude, it's got the same prevailing wind. If anything, it's probably slightly wetter because it's on the western side. Charter Hall is lower down, but very near to us. I mean, it's near to here, so it's only about 7 miles from Duns. Unfortunately, this freely available data is not specifically done in terms of distances. So the 2 plots, the one on the left is Eskdale Muir, and the one on the right is Charter Hall. I apologise, I didn't label them very clearly. They're actually done in terms of bands. So these bands are, as much as anything, a hangover from the days when people used to actually go out and look for themselves to see what they thought the visibility was, because obviously that's not a very accurate thing to do. But the Met Office still use these bandings. Even though the actual instruments being used here are now automatic, they're the same things that we'd use for the light switching crystal rig. So they will actually give you a precise value, but they don't publish it. The bands are fine for the ones going up to 4 kilometres, because you basically just count up the number of occurrences to there. Unfortunately, the next band is between 4 and 10 kilometres, so you have to guess to some extent how much is in that 4 to 5 kilometre bin, as compared to the 5 to 10 kilometre bin. And I decided to be very conservative and just say, okay, let's assume that 30% of all the records in that band are belonging to the sort of like below 5 kilometre visibility points. And if you do that, then the total number of records you get are something like 13% for Eskdale Muir, and 7% of Charter Hall give you 5 kilometre or less visibility. If you just look at the 4 kilometre bins and below, so the things which we know precisely, it's 8% for Eskdale Muir and 4% at Charter Hall. So my bottom line feeling from this would be you're probably at around about 10% if you were basically to be conservative with these and realistic. 10% would probably be a good estimate of how often that the visibility would be less than 5 kilometres. I also checked whether or not there was any real evidence for summer, winter or day-night shifts, and there's no strong evidence there. So basically it's much the same all the time.
Okay, so Jean Squires does have a good point. That you said 5%, she said, well, we doubt that because of the information you've got from Lucas. You've gone back and looked at it. It's, say, 10%, and I know it's a rough figure, but say 10%. Does that make any difference to the substance of your evidence?
Not specifically, because if you remember back to the model figure, so the thing that's in the inquiry report, 5 kilometres essentially is telling you that for anything outside 5 kilometres of the lights, you're not seeing anything significantly different at that point from the 200 candela lights. So the 2000 candela lights in those conditions looks like a 200 candela. It looks like a 200 candela light, and when you go further out, it just drops off dramatically. So it's only when you get really within 5 kilometres that you would start to see any significant differences at all. And there you're down to just limited receptors in terms of what there is there.
My next point we partly dealt with. I think it comes from the Sarah Cheney precognition, but I'm just struggling with exactly where. I think it's in 7.2. This is about non-moonlit nights and the MAT. Have I got the right paragraph? Help me.
It's 4.3.
Sorry?
4.3 is what I
4.3, thank you. It's about 6 lines down. The skyline is visible on moonlit nights, and the darkness of the hills is a different quality. The to the sky at night time on non-moonlit nights when the matte of the hills contrasts with the starlit sky. Now, you've already told us that because of starlight scatter, you get this milky effect along the horizon. You've told us that what the human eye sees is less than the camera can capture, depending on the degree of exposure. So what does that tell you about when the matte of the hills contrasts with the starlit sky, to use her phrase?
It's purely and simply a matter of contrast. Whether or not it's something which is truly visible as a sharp line, or something which is basically a vague indication going through. So there's less contrast as a result, basically, of this effect. You don't see things quite as sharply as the paragraph makes out.
Finally, go back to your point 2, please. You, I think, want to tell us about some further site visits you made since the submission of evidence. I think you went out on the 8th of March. What do you want to briefly, please, tell us about that site visit?
Okay, so I decided, since I'd only seen it at night in cloudy conditions before, I wanted to go back and see it when it was clear, and it was clear at the weekend, so it was a good chance. I basically drove to Whitekirk from Edinburgh, so I was driving from the west to the east, and I came into Whitekirk on a minor road, which, for those going to visit the site tonight, will be very obvious. It's a minor road comes out where the church is. And I can provide grid references and things for where it starts if people wish. And while I was driving along, there was no evidence for seeing lights to the side. I obviously wasn't driving along while staring sharp at right angles all the time, but I wasn't aware of anything to the side of me. But also I wasn't aware of many stars either. But as soon as I stopped, got out of the car, and sort of like settled down for 30 seconds or so, the stars were all very clearly visible, and the light itself could be clearly seen. I wouldn't say it was prominent, but clearly seen. And that's where this, essentially this observation that the light looks like the Orion belt stars comes from. I did also try to go to viewpoint 13. Well, I did go to viewpoint 13. And for reasons which I suspect is down to the fact by the time I got there, it was quite cold at night, it had been wet. Local mist was starting to rise despite the wind. I could not see the light from viewpoint 13 at all. It was not visible. I took some pictures myself. I could see the nearer turbines quite clearly. I could see the bases of the further turbines. The light was just not there. It has disappeared. And we checked last night, and the light was definitely switched on at the time. So it's not that, it's just it was gone. Effectively, that, I think, demonstrates this whole issue of that if you've got conditions which start to get marginal, and okay, this was a 200 candela light, but even if it starts to get marginal, you get quite a lot of attenuation of the light very quickly.
Because of cloud droplets?
Exactly, mist, yeah.
I did have one final point. Go to ELC 18, please. I missed it out this point when we were dealing with satellite images. My apologies. Is there something you want to tell us about this image?
Okay, again, this is a similar satellite image from...
just to be clear, which one are we talking about in ELC?
Sorry, ELC 18.
Map 1.
Map 1, right.
Oh, map 1. Are there two?
You can see lots of what looks like diffuse emission coming around here. And that's almost certainly a sign that this actual image itself is not been taken in clear night conditions. Basically, you're seeing signs of cloud. That's what gives you that diffusion. Basically, as the light goes up, if you've got cloud, it spreads out. So the other thing, this actually makes the position look worse than it is in many ways, because it makes the settlements look like they spread out far more. But it also hides much weaker, isolated, sort of like individual sources. So if you had 2 or 3 houses, they would just be masked by such cloud. So essentially, just I would encourage people to be careful. Don't take the cloudy nights.
Professor Lumsden, thank you very much. If you'd like to stay there, there may, perhaps after lunch, be some questions for you.
I think that's a good suggestion. Before we do break for lunch, just giving some further thought to this draft schedule of conditions. Given we're not going to hear from the Borders Council witnesses today, and things might move a bit quicker than anticipated, perhaps we could have that schedule sooner rather than later, perhaps by the close of today, or by the close of business today.
Yes, sir, I can do that. The version of the schedule that you have, I will double check this. It may be dated December, but it is the latest version because I think it was only agreed between the parties in February, but I'll just double check that. So the date may have misled you slightly as to whether it's the latest version or not.
Okay, I'll be grateful for that clarification. Yes, I'll take the point. Thank you. Okay, if we could break for lunch, it's just before 5 to 1. If we could be back here for 5 to 2, that'd be great. Thank you very much. Caught in that rain shower. We might still be on for the site inspection this afternoon. I don't know if there's
Yes, so there is an update, best laid plans, etc. It's not so much the rain, but the wind conditions. They're gusting to 20-something metres a second at the moment, and advising calling off this evening because of wind conditions, not so much the rain. So the man can't get up the tower. Sorry.
Okay, well, thank you for that update. Thank you. Give me a chance to dry out. Okay. Right. Mr. Spaden finished his evidence, and I think we're now at opportunities to cross-examine the witness. We'll start with Scottish Borders Council, then East Lothian, and Mr. Bruce, if he has any questions that he'd like to ask. So over to the Borders first.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Dr. Lumsden. Just two things I'd like to raise with you. You gave fairly technical evidence about how the human eye reacts in darkness and so forth. Would it be fair to say that everybody's different? Not everybody's eye would react in the same manner?
Absolutely.
Thank you. That was fairly short and succinct. Can I take you to paragraph 2.9 of your precognition? You refer in there to how long it takes the eye to adapt to nighttime darkness. And in there you particularly refer to road users. Have you visited Viewpoint 2, the A6112 just north of Preston?
Not at night time, no. I've been there in daytime, so I'm familiar with the road, but not at night.
The geography of the location?
Yes.
Yeah. Because you call it, as you approach that viewpoint, the road takes you through an area of woodland where the road is bounded by. So would you accept that it's likely to be darker than on a normal stretch road?
To swap your microphone with the other one, it's giving a bit of crackling.
Sorry, madam, it may have been me. I may have had it too close. Is that better? Yeah, sorry. So I think I was asking you about the terrain there as you go through what area of woodland on either side of the road, which encloses the road. Would you accept that would make the environment darker at night time?
I think the answer is probably that it depends, because of course if you're driving along there with full beam headlights, you're illuminating both sides of the road, which are next to where the lights can actually illuminate things too. So perhaps, but not necessarily guaranteed.
So would that not affect, as you come out of that, you're going to see the crystal rig from viewpoint 2, you would see the lights in the distance?
As I understand it, from that distance, that's the other viewpoint where I would expect there to be a reasonably good chance of seeing things, obviously, not least because you're closer, obviously. It's only about 7 kilometres. It's certainly one of the viewpoints which would be more easy to see the lights from. Whether or not you would see them when you're driving, I think it's hard to tell. And of course, we can't test that at the moment because the test light's not visible from there.
And on the subject of the test light, a lot of your evidence focused on that test light, which is obviously it's just one light. But what we're talking about here is 4 lights. So would that make a difference to the perception of the human eye?
To the eye, not so much. Obviously, if you see 4 spots, you see 4 spots. It's difference more to your perhaps perception of the view rather than perception of the eye. It's not going to really affect the eye too much.
Okay, but it would give you a different perception of the view, of the nighttime landscape.
4 is definitely not 1, yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Dr. Limson, I have nothing further for you.
Thank you. Dr. Lumsden, first of all, could I ask you in general terms, the area where the development is, although it's not a formal dark sky park, would you accept that it is, broadly speaking, a darker area than most of the areas around East Lothian or that part of the borders?
It's certainly darker than most of the areas around the coast of East Lothian. That would certainly be true, yes. And
you referred in your evidence to some light pollution caused by street lighting in the communities. You identified that. But in the actual immediate vicinity of Crystal Rig, are there any areas which introduce that level, any degree of light pollution?
I think you can actually see evidence to some extent from that from East Lothian Council's own evidence. If I can just dig out the right figure. So this is ELC 06, picture 9. From the identifying from where that picture was actually taken from the Flickr page, that's a location looking south from a position actually just adjacent to Crystal Rig. It's on the minor road that runs up from the B6355 down to Cranshaw's, back up the sort of side of through the valley. And you can see in the south that basically there's clearly light pollution.
Can I just ask the people behind you, because you just keep your voices down, please? It's difficult to hear. Somebody's speaking somewhere. Behind the screen. Graham. Is he sorting it? Good, thank you.
Okay, sure, sorry. I think you can clearly see here, down on the horizon, there's evidence of light pollution. So you always... It's hard anywhere around this part of Scotland to completely avoid light pollution. It will be maybe low down on the horizon, that's definitely true, but then to some extent so are the lights for most of the people who are looking at them.
But would you accept that in this context, this part of Scotland, the amount of light pollution is quite limited compared with other areas in the southeast of Scotland and the Central Belt?
Certainly compared to the Central Belt, yes, that would definitely be true.
And would you accept that there are not many areas in this proximity to the Central Belt which have such a degree of darkness?
If you meant the east side of the central belt, that would be fair. But I mean, if you were looking at the west side, then obviously the Dark Sky Park in Dumfries and Galloway is accessible to Glasgow. So,
sorry, I was meaning the Lothians essentially and the borders area at the east side. In effect, that you would accept that that dark skies are scarce in that area, and that this is one of the areas which there is a degree of darkness which is not found in other parts of the Lothians.
It would be one of them, but not the only one. I mean, if you went directly south from Edinburgh through the Pentlands, it's dark there too.
If you were wanting to try and identify an area in the Lothians or the borders which would be suitable as a dark sky park, would this be an area, would this not be an area that would be suitable for that?
Yes, perhaps if you could save that question for the next witness.
I would accept that, thank you. I think you said in your evidence under reference to D5, you were asked about by comparing to Sarah Chain's statement at paragraph 4.3, what was visible to the human eye in terms of the landscape in astronomical light. Was your answer that it was not visible as a sharp line landscape? You recollect that?
Well, I can't obviously speak personally about this because I did not take this image. So it's based on my expectation from the time of night it was taken. Yes, it should not be visible as a sharp line.
So it's fair to say it would be visible as some sort, it would be visible to an extent, but not as a sharp line.
Yes, basically you get a dark mass, a light mass, and some grey stuff in the middle. That's probably the easiest way to look at it.
Now, you spoke some length about the effect on the human eye of adapting to darkness. And was it your evidence that the human eye would have no perception of a red light once it was fully adapted?
It depends whether or not so this depends partly on distance. If the light itself is bright enough to trigger the cones in your eye, the colour response comes back. I think this is another one where this varies from individual to individual. So I wouldn't like to draw an actual hard and fast number to say it disappears after 20 kilometres, 30 kilometres, whatever.
Well, I was going to come back to ask about the distance. Are you able to be specific about distance as to when, for a person with normal eyesight, if we can put it that way, having adapted to the dark, what sort of distance would a red light show as a red light?
No, not off the top of my head, no.
You're not able to say?
No, I think basically this is something which, without having tested myself, I would feel uncomfortable about making a hard and fast prediction. I can certainly say that, obviously I've seen the light myself from 15 kilometres. I've seen the methyl test light, which is 10 times the intensity, from 40 kilometres. There are basically, that's sort of incontestable in that sense. So if you could see this 200 candela light from 25, I don't know.
Well, that's the point in a sense. It's not your evidence that the light will be not seen as red. It will be seen as red, and at a variable distance. You're not able to specify the distance. Is that correct?
Essentially, yes. Yeah.
Now, you spoke about contrasting a person who was walking on the hills and who had adapted to the light, to the night, but contrasted that with a car driver or the occupant of the car. Is it the position that the occupant of the car, because they were not fully night adapted, they would see, they would always, what would the comparison between their seeing the red light and the walker who had fully night adapted be?
The person in the car will basically always have colour vision. It's just always there all the time because they're not fully dark adapted, because they're obviously in a lit environment to some extent. The person out walking will depend in terms of, again, how close the light is to them. If you were talking about something which was sufficiently distant, that the light relative to the background appearance, that could just be the night sky, is that contrast reduces. That's when it starts to disappear. But that's not, as I say, that's not something it's really easy to put a specific distance against. So the walker may well see a light if they're 10 kilometres away. I'm sure that would be true. The person who's 30 kilometres away, I would suspect not, to be honest.
And you referred to the test light, which is a single light. This point has been perhaps made already by my friend, but the proposal is for 4 lights in fairly close proximity. Would you accept that there would be an impact to both the walker and the car occupant from having 4 lights?
So I'll take these separately. So the car occupant, it depends where the lights are relative to you. So it also depends whether or not you're the driver or a passenger. Obviously, if you're a passenger in a car, you might be looking out the side, so you're not focusing all the time on the bright lights ahead of you. They may stand some chance of seeing lights. Speaking personally, from just driving around in cars, I would not like to say that chance is very high, because certainly when I drive around, I don't see many stars. And that's basically what we're talking about. You see bright things. The walker, because they're outside. Yes, if you can see one light, you'll see 4. That's definitely true.
And that's the point you made reference to, the fact you might see stars, you might not. But in your recognition, in your report, you make a comparison between stars, which are a natural form of light, and this is an artificial form of light. Will you accept that a red light, if it's perceived as a red light, and I think you've accepted in some circumstances it will be, is not a natural light and therefore more intrusive on the human eye?
Intrusion is an interesting one. I'm not sure I do, actually. I mean, just from looking at the scene myself, just from 2 days ago, the most obviously intrusive lights to me were actually the somewhat brighter white lights. There were some orange lights there. There was the red light there. But the things which are basically, it's more about brightness, I think, as much as anything else. Again, this may change from person to person. Different people may have different perceptions of how this works.
You refer to the brightness, or what we might call the intensity of the light, and the variation of that between 2000 and 200 candela. Can you assist us by saying when the light comes on because of low visibility at 2000 candela, how close would the walker need to be to that to see it?
If you're right on that borderline, if you go back to the figure in the inquiry report, which is good. There we go, 6.1.2. So things that are relatively easy to see. I'll go back again to basically talking about things that you can spot easily. So Orion's belt, I think everyone accepts, is relatively easy to see. So basically, if you draw that imaginary line in between the dotted line and the dashed line, you've got out to, at that switchover point, somewhere around about 8 kilometres.
That's 8 kilometres when it's at 2000 candela?
When it's at 2000, yeah.
And at 200 candela?
It's obviously visible much further out if it's good conditions. If it was, though, for example, just above 5 kilometres visibility, the visibility you get is basically just above that red line. So it varies.
And I think you very fairly accepted that the comparison with lookers was not a fair one. You've now looked at STL Muir, and you've identified that the likely times that the visibility would be below 5 kilometres would be more likely to be about 10% of the, that'd be 10% of the year taken over time of the year, over the whole year.
So they do records basically every hour at STL Muir, and it's 10% of all those hourly records. And so they keep both the dates, the times, all the rest of it. And that's why I said essentially it's independent of day, night, summer, winter. It's more or less the same.
I was going to ask you that. Is there a difference between the seasons of the year? Is it average out about the same?
There's a tiny difference, but it's not really noticeable.
Could I ask you about the effect of air pollution on visibility. Endeavours are being made to improve air quality at the moment, and hopefully those will be successful. Would you accept that that will, if these endeavours are successful and continue to be more successful, that will improve visibility, but the consequence of that would be that there will be greater impact from the aviation lights?
So this obviously falls into two parts. One to do with the amount of aerosols in the atmosphere. I think it's incontestable that the air quality in central Scotland has actually improved. Anyway, the Lookers record actually shows you that. Whether that will continue to be true, I think will depend as much on government policy as anything else, obviously. And it's down to things like whether or not you get rid of all the diesel cars and stuff like that. By 2030, that might all be true, but that's beyond where I'd like to really start to speculate. I think it would be unlikely to get much better than you see, for example, in the north of Scotland. And I have I've got similar data for places up by the Moray Firth. And although it's good, it's not so much better that essentially you would say you're going to get vast increases in terms of the visibility of the lights. Don't forget, you can never go below that. You can never get above that geometric correction. The 1 upon d squared always wins.
Just coming back to the effect on the landscape of the lighting, your position is, do you accept that when the lights come on, it will be possible still to have a view of the Lammermuir Hills?
Certainly when it comes on, because it comes on half an hour after sunset. Whether or not you would see the light at that time is another matter, which is what the point of D7 was. Again, that will depend on distance. If you're much closer to the light, you stand more chance of seeing, because it's contrast effect again, more than anything else. But you would need to be quite close. You're probably talking 2 or 3 kilometres to really see it early in twilight. Once you get into nautical twilight, it will just get more obvious as time goes by.
Would you accept for people who were within range to see it at that time that it would have a negative effect on their views of the landscape?
I think...
Point for Mr. Welch, really.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Just the community, and if you do, could you come up to one of the microphones, please?
Hello. Hello, I'm Chris Bruce. I'm the chair of East Lammermuir Community Council, which comprises the 4 villages, Old Hamstocks, Innerwick, Spot and Stenton. So this application is out with our area, but potentially visible from within the area. So if I could ask you 3 questions which I think build on your fascinating evidence, which I've learned a lot from. Thank you. So the first one's about flashing lights and why they appear to me to be more drawing the attention than a solid light. And that's why I use one on my bike and so on. Can you explain why that is, please?
I think it's a well-recognised phenomenon. Astronomers use it as well. Well, amateur astronomers use it as well. It's the people who get really dark adapted and try to find really faint stars use the flickering of the atmosphere as well to actually see things, and that because it rises up above the threshold every so often, your brain actually interprets it more as a signal. So yes, there is a well recognised sort of like phenomenon there that flashing lights are more noticeable.
So I think you said that the the flicker effect of the blades passing in front of the light would be visible from the direction the wind was blowing from. So a prevailing wind would be southwesterly, but at some points in the year possibly visible from any direction to a solid light with a blade passing in front of it. And so from the perspective of, if you forgive me for having a parochial perspective, from our perspective mainly to the north and east of the turbines, there will be times in the year when there may be a flicker effect on the solid red lights.
I couldn't speak specifically about all the locations. That's probably something which Mr. Welsh could address better for you. If you can see the lights and the wind's from your direction, you stand some chance of seeing that effect. Again, this is something which, as you get further away, becomes less obvious, because just the atmosphere alone gives you some degree of turbulence. And so it would really depend how close you were. But if you can see the light clearly and you're close enough to see it, you stand some chance if the wind's in your direction. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. So building on that second point, we're generally a lot nearer to the turbines than the vantage points at Whitekirk and further afield. And I'll try to say a bit more about this in my evidence, but generally speaking, as we move about around the villages or in the remoter parts of the community council area, you build up a sense of where there are lights and where there are no lights, typically. So that at present, I think there must be some work going on at the Aikengall site. So they've had lights at night in a shed, just white lights, and it really stands out. And that seems to me to be because that's generally an entirely dark part of the hillside, that I'm not used to seeing any light, and now I've seen a light every night as I return to the village. So is there some perception of light in a commonly dark, to the mind, commonly dark place, which somehow makes it appear more noticeable?
I think that one's probably outside my my grasp. It's probably more one for a psychologist. I wouldn't disagree that in the sense of if you see a light where you're used to seeing darkness, you will think, what is that? But then if you know the light's always there, eventually you come used to it again anyway. I mean, I see that when I drive along roads too. That's an obvious effect. You wonder, what is that? But you get used to them. How long it takes, don't know.
Okay, it's self-evident we don't want to get used to lights up there. And finally, and this is me just really following a line of thought, but those words you used about scotopic, photopic, and something in between, mesopic.
Mesopic, yeah.
I just had this horrible sensation, which you'll be able to tell me whether I'm being pessimistic or not. When I look round the room and somebody's got their light on, it stands out. And we've heard in previous inquiries evidence about noise from turbines, and then when they've come to the reality, it hasn't been what the act. Go back to the villages and tell everybody it's okay, we're hardly ever going to see these red lights because they're either too close to the ground or too far away, or the weather's too bad, or they've been turned down, and find that actually they just stand out like this. And your thing about adjustment to darkness, we're not in a really black dark place, as you've said, and neither are we in a particularly bright one. So is there some sort of intermediate point in this mesopic where we are going to see these red lights very visibly, and sort of all my fears will be realised?
Just purely in terms of mesopic vision, basically is the bit between our pure colour vision, like just now, and our pure nighttime vision. So you do still perceive colour. There are two ranges of this. The first bit, which takes about 10 minutes to go from a lit environment to fully dark. You would see coloured more or less, if there was illumination at least, as they do in daytime. After that, they would start to basically change somewhat because your night vision starts to take over. And so it changes slightly over that time. If the light's close enough, though, and this is the point I was trying to make before to Mr. Campbell, that basically if the light's close enough, it sort of doesn't matter anyway, because it actually triggers your eyes to turn back into daytime mode, at least from the centre of your eye. Obviously, that's the bit which has the daytime vision. So a lot will depend on where you are relative to light.
Bruce, is that okay with you? Yes, that'll be fine. Okay. Okay, if we could continue. Mr. Bruce, we have a statement from the Community Council. We don't have a precognition as such, but if you'd just like to read from your statement, and if there are any other comments you'd like to make on the evidence that you've heard so far, please feel free to do so. Okay.
I'm going to rehearse the findings of a survey which the Community Council carried out amongst local residents. I think the primary purpose of us being represented in the inquiry and hearing processes is to try to put the experience of people who live and work in the local area into the deliberations of the reporter. East Lammermuir lies within the county of East Lothian and consists of 4 villages and surrounding areas: Old Hamstocks, Innerwick, Spot and Stenton. I think perhaps 40% of the residents don't live in the villages but live in farms and steadings around and about the villages. The applicant's documentation indicates that the proposed Crystal Rig 4 development would be visible and audible from much of East Lammermuir, and the main access to and egress from the site and associated national grid works is through East Lammermuir. On this basis, the Community Council carried out a door-to-door postal survey of residential properties in East Lammermuir in January 2020. And there's a copy of the survey within the documentation. Where more than one person lives in a single dwelling, the survey asked for the opinion of each person 16 years of age or older. The survey asked people to identify their position in respect of the proposal as by ticking one of the following opinions: strongly support, tend to support, neither support nor oppose, tend to oppose, strongly oppose. This was on the basis of referring people to the application itself. There wasn't a description other than the summary line of how many turbines were proposed and of what heights. The survey also asked people to indicate their reasons for holding their opinion. Many respondents took the opportunity to comment. Some comments ran to several pages in length, And if you received that in your inbox, you'll know that that's true because it was a large series of documents. Stamped addressed envelopes were provided for return of completed forms, and we achieved a 31% return rate. We distributed 565 surveys. We got 176 back. The summary findings are that a majority of respondents tend to support or strongly support the proposals. That's 47% of people who responded. However, the opinion of local residents about the proposal appears to be polarised, with 41% indicating that they either tended to oppose or strongly opposed the application. 13% of respondents were not minded to support or oppose the development. Most of those who oppose the proposal do so strongly. Those who support the proposal are split between tending to support 26% of all respondents and strongly support 21% of all respondents. So if you could see the chart, the opinions pushed to either end of the scale with not much in the middle, and that's a difficult position to represent as a community council. So we looked closely at the comments which were provided, and we think that there's strong evidence within those comments that significantly more people would strongly support the proposal or move indeed from opposing it to supporting it if the following 5 conditions could be attached to any permission. They would be that there are no visible red lights on any turbines, no turbines taller than those already in place at Crystal Rig, work to mitigate the noise from the turbines, better control of wind farm related traffic, speedy and effective repair of road damage due to construction and maintenance of the Crystal Rig wind farm, and we would like to see the establishment of a local liaison group to monitor these conditions, liaising directly between the developer and the local communities. We already have a good relationship with Natural Power, and we think there's a good base to build on there, which could lead to much better communication with local communities and probably therefore more support for the development. In order to make sure I'm illustrating what local people experience and are asking for, I'd just like to read a few comments under each of those 5 headings. So all the comments are in the documentation, but these are just some samples. So in terms of the lighting on the turbines, aviation lighting would give the area an industrial appearance. Flashing red aviation lights on 200-metre turbines will spoil the wonderful dark skies area for stargazing. We object to the red aircraft lighting. In the village, I stay in Old Hamstocks, we surveyed the residents and they asked us to have half of the street lights removed. So as you go through the village, you go through kind of dark to small pools of light, and people appreciate being in a dark night area when they're outside their houses. So there is a particular concern about these red lights. No turbines taller than those already in place at Crystal Rig. A few comments supporting that. Adverse effect on the landscape and character of the area and on leisure and recreational activities and potentially on tourism. The economic case does not outweigh the visual impact of the development in an area of outstanding beauty. Turbine height should be restricted to those already existing. 200 metres height to tip sets a dangerous precedent on shore. It's too high. 4 at 200 metres is excessive and will interfere with the scenic views of the area. 200 metre tall turbines would be amongst the highest onshore in the UK. 200 metre high turbine is more than half as high again as the existing turbines, and rotor diameter almost half as much again. Ratcheting effect. The height of the turbines seems to increase with every new proposal. So those of us who've sat in this room several times together already have argued about different heights as the new maximum, and then it becomes the norm and the next proposal is bigger again. So there's a concern that each time a new height is permitted, that will just lead to greater heights in future as technology moves in that direction. In terms of noise, there's only 3 comments here, but this is well, you'll hear what they say. Noise pollution is detrimental to day-to-day life, stress and insomnia, but it's being ignored. Noise keeps us awake more than 100 nights per year. Concern over cumulative noise levels, any increase in turbine numbers will have a large impact. So I don't know whether this has been part of the site visits to date, but if you visit in any of the villages and get a chance to move away from the talk and just see whether you can hear the turbines, the scientific truth of them being relatively quiet when you're up on site, but very, very audible in our villages, is evident to people every day when there's a southwesterly wind, for example. And there's at least one family now moved away from our village because of the noise. The next one is the control of traffic. The quotes, increase in near misses between local residents' cars and construction vehicles on narrow roads. HGV traffic speeding, we need speed signs, they should be adhered to. The local community should be given adequate advance notice of large HGV movements. Woodhall, Hunter Stedding, Thurston, etc. The road's already in a poor state of repair. 2 HGVs cannot pass side by side at Hunter Stedding where the road narrows. There's no pavement. Other road users are simply squeezed out from using the road. Increase in damage to already significantly damaged access roads through East Lammermuir by HGV wind farm traffic. Road access from the A1 at Innerwick's already taken a battering, is in badly need of repair, especially the hill through the woods from the second Innerwick turning to the turning for the Brunt. So these are just ongoing day-to-day issues which never seem to get back to how they were before the wind turbines were constructed. And it can't be beyond the combined efforts of the council and the developers to get this right. Establishment of a local liaison group. A formal liaison group should be formed to include at a minimum members from the contractors, East Lothian Council, Fred Olsen, the Community Council and the Traffic Police. There should be a named liaison person for local people to contact. In conclusion, there was one comment where somebody had said they had a feeling of powerlessness against the current planning system. In fact, I know that if you look at all of the inquiries and appeals, it's by no means true that they're all passed, and the reporters do often mitigate or turn down applications. So I don't think we're powerless, but we would ask the reporters to consider each of those 5 concerns of the local community and to endeavour to introduce conditions to help us with each of those. There are obviously many technical requirements which have to be adhered to, and that's an important part of this process. but so is trying to think around and through some of the challenges. It occurred to me during that fascinating debate about the air ambulance, which we provide community benefit funds to, which have previously come to us from Fred Olsen, and I'm sure none of us realise that it can't fly at night to us and is not able to serve us at all because we haven't got helipads. So we're putting money into the service, but I don't think we realise it's a daytime service only. So if that's a solution that could be pursued, it would be a win-win for everybody, with less lights required and a better air ambulance service. If the reporters could come up with a condition that required that to be sorted in 2 years' time, that would be a great outcome for us. Thank you.
I was just wondering about the conditions session, and there was some correspondence exchange between yourself and our office about either attending that session or, in the absence of that, whether you had a look through that draft's condition schedule and whether there's things in there. I mean, you've touched upon some of the things about road dilapidation and things like that. It's whether you've got any comments on those, whether you feel they're sufficient or whether you...
I haven't had a chance to look at that latest, and I don't know whether that's likely to change after the inquiry and hearing sessions or not.
Well, this is the opportunity to let myself and Ms Haywood know what you feel about those conditions. When we write our report to Scottish ministers, there will be a set of draft conditions, so should they choose to grant consent, then there's a set of conditions there that the parties and the councils and others have provided comments on, and that we've had some consideration of in doing that. So we've got your comments here, and by all means we'll be taking those on board. But really, there's if we feel that there's other things that we want to know, we can pursue that through a written submission. So there's always that opportunity. Yeah. So. Okay.
I'd be happy to make a written comment on the draft conditions tomorrow, if that's helpful. Well,
we're not entirely sure when it's going to take place, but if you were able to do something, for us to have before us when we come to the hearing session, and then we'll certainly be aware of your concerns, and we can seek the views of other parties as to how those conditions might be changed or amended to address some of the things that you're concerned. They may not either, but certainly if we were aware of what how you feel about those conditions, then that's only to your benefit.
Yeah,
so,
we'd be keen to do that in whatever way we can.
The itinerary is that our next session will be on energy and policy and planning policy. So the conditions session is the last one. So I'll give you a bit of time, perhaps, to put something together, if that'll be in order. Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Trinick, do you have any questions for Mr. Bruce?
Well, not. I don't know if it's appropriate. We appear to be on the same side to a substantial degree, so I'm certainly not going to cross-examine. What I will do is just to perhaps give your constituents some reassurance. If you like, this is JW1 amended, and what this is, it's a map which shows, well, basically, forget the stippling. If there's colour on the map.
Could you just wait for us to get the map out as well, Mr. Trinick?
I can. Sorry, I'll hold it there. It's better. It's the JW1 amended.
I think that's CD 10.9.
Correct. Okay. This is a map which shows the theoretical visibility or the maximum extent of visibility of the lighting in areas, various areas. And you can see the East Lothian borders boundary coming here, and your area covers up to just near Whitekirk, isn't it?
Well, about the A1.
About the so the A1 comes down here.
Yeah.
So can we see that apart from a few, well, close to the wind farm, obviously, and then there's viewpoint 20 there, and there's a bit of brown to the north, but apart from that, there will be no visibility of the lights on the wind farm from anywhere in the council area.
Yeah, I am reassured about the houses in the villages. It's my point about the daily moving about. So that suggests to me some travelling to and from and some leisure activities when it will be visible, but not from my back garden.
True. It's a fair summary. There we are. The other point was one of the reassurances you sought was that there should be no turbines higher than the existing crystal rig turbines. I mean, if you mean in terms of height above local ground level, yes, they will because they're taller. But I don't know if you're aware that in terms of AOD, above sea level, that actually none of the Crystal Rig 4 turbines will be as high as the ones at Crystal Rig 2 and some on Aiken Gall along the upper Manningham edge. So in fact, we're not going to be higher above sea level than the existing ones. I don't know if you're aware of that.
Yeah, I think the level of support for the proposal reflects people's understanding of the location. So the original Crystal Rig's almost like a perfect setting for a wind farm. It's high up in a windy place, but it's in a bit of a hollow. So you get all the advantages you want. And I see that you're seeking to build on that. And I think that's why there's such a degree of support, which is very different from, for example, the East Nuke turbines in a lowland setting, etc., etc. But as you know, the other element of that objection to the height is about the precedent and worries about 200 metre to tip turbines then being proposed elsewhere.
Orders Council, do you have any questions, Mr. Bruce?
No, I have no questions.
Mr. Campbell.
Yes, a couple of questions. Okay. You mentioned that in your own village, half of the street lighting has been removed. Is that village within East Lothian Council?
It is. When you replaced or modernised the lighting for us, you offered to put in quite a lot more lampposts, but we politely declined.
And are you aware that any other areas, other villages in the area are going to have reduced lighting as well, or is that something within your knowledge or not?
I think Whitekirk famously doesn't have any at all, and nobody quite knows how they achieved that and still got a 30-mile-an-hour limit. But Stenton have certainly debated that. I don't know if they've come to a consensus view on it.
And in reference to one of the questionnaire responses, you said that one of the comments was that they didn't want to spoil the dark skies area for stargazing. Are you aware of the area being popular in any way for that sort of activity?
I frequently lie on the back lawn looking up with my 14-year-old son. I think it's just a feature of life out there that you see fantastic starry nights. I don't know that people deliberately visit the area to do that, but lots of us who stay there do it frequently.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bruce. Okay. Indeed.
Mr. Welch.
Good afternoon.
You should have with you your precognition, your inquiry report, document CD 10.2, which are the figures supporting your inquiry report. No doubt other documents will be required, but if we do look at them, they'll be your A1 series, JW1 onwards. Some of them are amended, some of them are not, and there may be a need to look at viewpoints, and if we do, those are in CD 15C. I think that'll do us, coupled with the precognitions of Sarah Chain and I think it's Jean Squires, maybe Catherine Andrews as well. Would you please read your precognition starting at paragraph 1.7?
Good afternoon. The proposed development comprises 11 wind turbines, of which 4 are 200 metres to blade tip, 3 are 174.5 metres to blade tip, and the remaining 4 are 149.9 metres to blade tip, with associated infrastructure. Following the CAA's letter of 19th of February 2020, visible aviation lighting is now required to be fitted to 3 turbines that are 200 metres tall and 1 turbine that is 174.5 metres to blade tip. The site is located in the Lammermuir Hills, forming a direct extension to the existing Crystal Rig phases 1, 2 and 3 wind turbines, and lying immediately to the west of the Aikengall 1, 2 and 2A wind farm within the Scottish borders. The site layout is shown on SI figure 2.1. There is no visible aviation lighting installed on any other turbines in the wind farm cluster at present, with the exception of a temporary fitting which has been attached to the hub of one of the operational turbines in Crystal Rig 3, numbered 467 in SI figure 2.1. with the light positioned at an elevation of 426 metres AOD. The purpose of this temporary fitting is to provide the reporters and other parties with an indication of the appearance of a 2000/200 candela light fitting of the type proposed within the Crystal Rig 4 wind farm. 200 candela represents the permissible level that the 2000 candela light may be dimmed to when visibility from all turbines in the group is more than 5 kilometres. It should be noted that this temporary fitting is located in a different part of the Crystal Rig site, along the northern front edge of the Lammermuir uplands in East Lothian, compared with the turbine positions in the Crystal Rig 4 proposal, which are turbines T1 to T11 in SI figure 2.1, which are located along the southern edge, some 2 to 3 kilometres further south and within the Scottish borders. My inquiry report focuses on the 2 grounds of objection contained in the letter from SBC to the ECU dated 29th of April 2019, as well as the objection set out in the letter from ELC to the ECU dated 18th of October 2018, and the undated response from ELC to the supplementary information consultation issued by the ECU on the 15th of February 2019. It also has regard to the responses of other organisations and individuals to the application, including Scottish Natural Heritage. My inquiry report reviews the nighttime visual effects of 7 turbines with lighting and sets out my findings on the likely effects on the nighttime landscape and visual resource as experienced by people living and working in the landscape, engaged in recreational activities, and those involved as tourists visiting the area for leisure purposes. Modified requirement for visible aviation lighting. As requested by the reporters on 24th of February 2020, I've prepared updated ZTV analysis showing the effects that the reduced CAA-approved lighting scheme would give rise to. This includes a comparative ZTV in JW10, which shows the difference in theoretical visibility between the original and amended lighting schemes, as well as updates to the lighting intensity ZTVs in my inquiry figures JW1, JW6 and JW6A. Furthermore, in the table shown on CD 10.8, I have factually identified the reduced number of lights that would be seen at each of the lighting assessment viewpoints to provide an indication of the magnitude of reduction in visible lights that would result from the revised lighting scheme. The comparative ZTV reveals little difference in the theoretical extent of visible lights across the Scottish borders, noting that it does not attempt to examine the relative reduction in number of visible fittings, but does highlight a discernible reduction in visibility of any light in the East Lothian plain around Tranent and south of Dunbar, where the yellow shading indicates areas with no visibility of lights anymore. What I can say with some certainty is that the assessment of effects that I have presented through my inquiry report and supporting figure analysis now represents a worst-case assessment of the potential effects, and that the revised lighting proposals will bring a discernible reduction to the magnitude of effects I have identified, in my professional opinion. With regard to the numbered wire lines within EIAR Volume 3C figures, it is possible to form an accurate impression of the degree to which visible lighting would reduce in views. Medium-intensity aviation lighting would not be removed altogether in any views, while the low intensity would disappear from all views. The result would be a greatly reduced quantity of lighting perceived from the assessed locations. Evidence submitted by Scottish Borders Council and East Lothian Council. No inquiry reports relating to the visual effects of aviation lighting have been submitted to the public inquiry by either council as of the deadline for documents. Both councils have submitted some further documents, including some photographic examples of aviation lights, but no additional written justification or analysis is presented in support of the respective councils' objections on visual grounds. Nothing contained within the other documents submitted by these parties has altered my assessment of the likely landscape and visual effects of the proposed development, as set out in my inquiry report and this precognition, and I stand by it. Conclusions. I have carried out a detailed review of the visual evidence that is before this inquiry and have undertaken my own assessment of the likely effects that would arise from visibility of the requirement to light the proposed turbines at Crystal Rig 4. I have also been able to draw some conclusions as to the likely benefit that would be derived from the modified scheme of lighting now approved by the CAA. This work has enabled me to form the following conclusions on the effects of proposed aviation lighting based on 7 turbines having lights. In most instances, the areas of highest intensity of visibility from the aviation lights coincides with areas of remote hill ground or farmland from where the value of the views at night time to people is considered to be low. A very small number of people would be affected by visibility of the aviation lights at a range at which they could be described as being obtrusive and significant, including a very small number of sensitive residential receptors, which in any event have their main views focused away from the site. Furthermore, the 2 closest residential receptors at Crikeyness and Upper Moneynut have a financial interest in the proposed development. The low likelihood of people being present at the viewpoints at night, as well as the transient nature of views when moving through the landscape, resulting in a short duration that such effects are likely to be experienced for. The likelihood of people having some form of personal light sources with them for their own safety, which will create some element of baseline light that will also alter the viewer's perception of the aviation lights, as it prevents their eyes from fully adapting to dark conditions. This characteristic is explained in the evidence of Dr. Lumsden. That no settlements or communities would experience significant visual effects. It is also the case that even the smallest of communities like Cranshaws and Longfamacus have street lighting that will affect the perception of the aviation lights where they are seen. The ability to mitigate the intensity of light through light-fitting design, which has the potential to reduce the perceived intensity that could be experienced by people in the surrounding area. The likelihood of the lights operating at a reduced intensity of 200 candela for 95% of the time, based on predicted visibility conditions at Crystal Rig 4. The relatively small number of significant visual effects identified in the EIAR and SI, and as reviewed within my inquiry report. The absence of significant cumulative effects that the proposed development would give rise to. I am also able to conclude that a significant reduction in the number of 2,000 candela and 32 candela lights that would be seen from the assessment viewpoints as a consequence of the reduced lighting scheme would serve to reduce the magnitude of effects of lighting. While some significant visual effects are predicted, for them to arise, it requires an impact to be experienced by people on the ground. The significant effects identified in this assessment indicate that the greatest intensity of visual effects will occur on remote hilltops, including within the Lammermuir Hills, along hillsides, and from some short stretches of minor roads, from where the impacts are not likely to be experienced by high numbers of people. On the basis of my evidence, I do not accept, therefore, that the grounds for objection put forward by SBC or the objection from ELC and or concerns of the other parties at the inquiry related to Crystal Rig 4 are well-founded in landscape and visual terms.
Thank you, Mr. Welsh. Now some additional points. Keep your precognition open at that page, would you, for a first point. In paragraph 4.2, and the third last bullet point, the likelihood of the lights operating and reduced intensity of 200 candela. I think we need to amend that, don't we, because of the evidence of Professor Lumsden to, shall we say, I think it's about 90% would accord with his,
yes,
his evidence. Thank you. You're a fellow of the Landscape Institute. Has your institute declared a climate emergency?
It has.
Or a climate and, I think, biological diversity emergency. What does that mean for you as a chartered landscape architect?
The Landscape Institute's Royal Charter obliges landscape architects to act not just in the public interest, but also in the interest of place and nature. Now, while this does not suggest that professional independence should not be maintained in all work we do, it provides a context to our work and to the application of professional judgment.
You dealt in your precognition with the effects of the CAA approval of a reduced lighting scheme. Just to make sure the inquiry has this document before it, it does, I'm just drawing attention to it. CD 10.8 summarised the reduction in visibility in a quite a useful tabular form for the reporter's notice. You've got that. Good. Excellent. If you take up, please, so you'll need to get out the EIA figures. This is, oh gosh, let's have a look to find it. CD 1.5. Which volume is that in this time? 3B. Volume 3B.
Sorry, Mr. Trinity, did you direct us to a particular figure in that?
Figure 8.5.
8.5.
If it helps, I'm sure we can find a nice proper-sized hard copy, unlike the tiny screens you all use.
I have a hard copy with me. So which volume did you say it was in?
3B.
3B. Let's do it the old-fashioned way. They'll be at the front, should be at the front end of that volume. Okay, thanks. If you look at figure 8.5, this is a map of landscape character types. And the reason I'm raising this is that Catherine Andrews, in her precognition, at various points, but say starting at paragraph 4.3 or 4.1, deals with landscape character impacts on the LCT or LCA, whichever it is within which Crystal Rig 4 sits. And looking at the map, we can see that we're in area BD1, is that right? BDR1, dissected plateau moorland.
Yes.
That's a borders landscape assessment area. And can we see the BDR1 as a large area to the west, and then it turns sharply north at the eastern end and goes up through a sort of neck to include the Crystal Rig 4 site. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Bearing in mind what Catherine Andrews has said, what do you want to say about the area within which Crystal Rig 4 sits, the dissected plateau moorland?
I wanted to note that it is one of the upland types in the borders, which means, and particularly in this case, it is large scale, it is expansive,
Yep, sure.
Undulating heather moorland on a plateau with deep valleys, and it straddles almost from the A68 in the west over to the Lammermuir fringes in the east. So it is a very substantial geographical area. The point I wanted to make is that it does not display all of its characteristics across all parts of the landscape character area. It is a little bit like a pan with a handle, and Crystal Rig 4 is located very much in the handle, along with parts of Achengall and operational Crystal Rig. And that is described in the Borders landscape character assessment as a wind turbine landscape, that particular part of it. When you look at the larger part of the LCA to the west, Falago Rig sits in a part of it in the pan, but there are massive areas of ground with no wind energy development or commercial forestry, for example, which occur at Crystal Rig. And therefore, in my view, while some remoteness and wildness qualities, which are referred to by Ms. Andrews, do exist in some areas of the LCA, in my opinion, these are not qualities or characteristics that apply to the handle parts of the LCA where Crystal Rig 4 is located along with other wind farms.
Thank you. Now, have you seen the demonstrator light in operation?
Yes, I have.
Why do you think the reporters will find this light useful? We've heard from Professor Lumsden, from your perspective.
From my perspective, it is the only example of the type of lamp technology that is emerging, that you can firstly know what it is, and you know where it is, and you can use it to gain an understanding of the likely effects at different distances and elevations. So it's useful from that point of view, but it's important to note that it is not located on the Crystal Rig 4 site, and therefore assumptions should not be drawn directly about Crystal Rig 4 from it. It's 2.5 kilometres north of Crystal Rig 4, whereas Crystal Rig 4 obviously sits to the south of the Lammermuirs. This sits on the northern edge. But provided you know where you are relative to it, and we have provided a ZTV for the demonstrator light, then you can use it to gain some impression of the appearance, likely appearance of the light in the landscape. So it can be a helpful guide. And hopefully we will inspect it soon.
This is my request for clarification. Probably what you said is entirely clear to everybody else in the room. And from the third line, it illustrates, this is the diagrammatic representation shown in document 10.2, illustrates the potential light intensity from a medium intensity nacelle-mounted aviation light based on the ICAO minimum standard 2000 candela minimum average intensity. This is the bit I want to focus on, required over the +3 degree beam spread from the -1 degree to the horizontal. I got lost reading that and asked you to put it another way when we gave evidence in chief. So could you perhaps clarify that, or as I say, I may be the only one in the dark on this.
My understanding from discussions with Malcolm Spaven and in looking at ICAO is that as a minimum it requires a narrow beam of 2000 candela minimum average intensity light on the horizontal plane, which is confined to a beam extending from -1 below the horizontal upwards for 3 degrees. And the figures included within the EIAR achieve that, but they're based on a light fitting which happens to extend that for 1 degree more vertically, as those are the characteristics of that particular light. And Mr. Spaven explains this in his inquiry report at paragraph 5.2.
Can you put the microphone on, please?
Apologies. Did you attend the SNH lighting seminar referred to by Catherine Andrews at paragraph 5.2 of her recognition?
Yes.
And if we go to your CD 10.2, which are your figures with your inquiry report, and we go to the second page of CD 10.2, we see a picture of a happy gathering at SNH, and I think you're in the picture.
Yes.
And we see a light on the desk or table, and we can see the vertical beam showing on the ceiling. Now, that's not what we're talking about. At that seminar, there were various light fittings shown in various presentations by people. did any of those reflect the technology or design of the light fitting currently being shown on the as a demonstrator light on the Crystal Rig 3 turbine?
No, none of the lights shown in the presentations that day were based on that level of technology.
You've read Scott Shearer's recognition. Indeed, in your recognition, you gave evidence about street lighting. Scott Shearer asserts at paragraph Kirk again. Can you explain to the reporters what level of light?
If you could take up JW1 amended. The LVIA viewpoint that Dr. Lumsden commented on at Oldham is viewpoint 19, and his viewpoint at Whitekirk is south of that, on the southern edge of Whitekirk. So it's in the area of yellow and yellow to orange shading shown on JW1 amended.
Just be a bit more precise about Whitekirk. As the road goes south-east, it then turns more to south-southeast. Is it at that bend that...
It's actually the easiest... It's outside the Kirk, which is...
there you are.
Well, there are two locations that we've looked at from Whitekirk. One is next to the W of Whitekirk, and the other is just onto the minor road at the southwest of the... that leads southwest out of the village towards East Fortune. So it's a couple of locations there from where you can see the red light, but I think we will head to the Kirk as the obvious point on our site visit.
Now, going to viewpoint 19 in the ES, that's volume 3C, and better looked at in the hard copy again.
What figure are we after?
This is figure 817S1. Are you happy with that figure, Mr. Welch? Is that? Well, at least to start with. Yeah. The broad spread of development from that viewpoint. But Mr. Welch, where do you want to take us to make your point?
more pages, at 817S5, there is a numbered wireline. And from this, it allows us to work out which turbines would have lights on them with the 4-turbine scheme. And the turbines that have lights are 1, 3, 6 and 7. So it's clear from this wireline that only the hub of turbine 3 may be seen from Oldham at a distance of 18.8 kilometres.
Will or may be seen?
May be seen because, in fact, there are some elements of plantation that do break that skyline. I can't be certain whether that does in that instance. But we will go to this location and we'll get an impression of the light, which will be some 16.3 kilometres away. So it will give us an...
So which turbine's the demonstrator light on? Is it numbered in that diagram?
No, it's not.
Because it's not part of this proposal?
Because it's operational.
Right, okay.
When the reporters go to viewpoint 19, they will see the demonstrator light, but that's on Crystal Rig 3 operational wind farm at a distance of 16 point something is my guess. But in assessing the proposed development, it's quite important to go to, I think, isn't it, to this wireframe and note that the CAA regulatory approval of a 4-turbine lighting scheme means that the lights you can currently see on turbines 4, 2 and 5 will not be there. It's only the one on turbine 3. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you use Oldham as any kind of surrogate for Whitekirk in this context?
They both are looking the same direction, and clearly Whitekirk is some 3 or 4 kilometres closer. But we will also be able to see the demonstrator light from there, again, albeit closer. But the wirelines, these numbered wirelines, are useful in that you can go to any viewpoint within the EIAR or the SI, or from any of the sequential viewpoints or the settlement viewpoints, and they're numbered so you can see where lighting may or may not be seen from.
Now, would you please take up your figures JW2 and 2A, the big A1, sir? We may get away just with 2, I think, but let's see how we go. Now, for figure JW2, this is a ZTV presenting information out to 25 kilometres, leading you a bit. You use OS height data to produce a background terrain model. Introduce the turbines to determine theoretical visibility using GIS software. Is that correct?
Yes.
And why did you produce JW2? And what does it do?
At the outset of our fieldwork, I was curious to understand whether the fact that Crystal Rig 4 sat to the south of a group of some 145 turbines, their towers would lead to any meaningful degree of screening, in that they make up a forest of obstacles to the north of the site, which in my view may lead to some breaking up of visibility from the north. And so we put all those existing turbines into the terrain model, and we ran the software. And so this diagram and JW2A, which shows it in more detail, attempts to illustrate how that context of development around Crystal Rig 4 may break up the visibility. I would have to say that at such a large scale, it's not particularly apparent. You get a slightly better impression of it in JW2A, where it's zoomed in.
Well, let's just look at 2A. It is easier to see. We can see fainter lines across the colour showing the screening. Is that correct?
Yes, and clearly we haven't rerun this for the inquiry, but with 4 lights there would be an even better position of screening, in my view. I think the point I want to make is that there are a lot of 5-metre wide obstacles sitting in front of Crystal Rig 4 when you consider views from the northwest, north and northeast.
The acceptability of the proposed development. Now, you carefully explain your approach to this, and would you go to the text, please, at 421 and following in your inquiry report at page 24. And I'd like you just to summarise your approach to acceptability for the benefit of the reporters, and no doubt you'll give the reasons for your approach and how it may differ from your normal approach.
The reporters will be familiar with the application of judgments around acceptability made by some landscape architects at inquiries such as this. There is a substantial body of evidence now available through numerous inquiry decisions that helps the practitioner to calibrate and form a view as to the threshold of acceptability for landscape and visual effects during daytime. However, no such benchmarking exists for aviation lighting effects at night, as it's such a new topic. It is my view that nighttime assessment is even more subjective than daytime assessment of landscape and visual effects, as it is primarily dealing with one's perception of light at night. And as we have seen today, that is based on relatively limited evidence or examples from which to draw support. And for this reason, I have decided that I'm not in a position to be able to identify whether I consider the effects acceptable or not in purely visual terms, and that the right place for this judgment to happen is within the wider planning balance. One factor that's come to bear on my assessment is how the commonly held criteria that underpin the components of sensitivity being value and susceptibility, when used in daytime assessments, cannot simply be transferred for nighttime assessment use. in that if you look at the environmental statement, there are criteria provided to underpin judgments. And in my view, different criteria come into play at night. And I've tried to capture these in section 4 of my inquiry report. A particular concern that I have is in relation to the daytime assessment of value, which I think is quite clear in daytime use. And I address that for nighttime use at paragraphs 4.9 to 4.11 of my inquiry report. I cannot see how the criteria that are applied in daytime or are applicable to daytime relate to nighttime assessment. And particularly there are 6 bullet points that I've identified at paragraph 4.9 of my report. And I'm more convinced than ever that we need to refine our approach to nighttime assessment, and I've sought to do that through my inquiry report.
Thank you, Mr. Welsh. If you'd like to stay there may be some questions for you.
Before I invite questions, can we perhaps just take a 10-minute break? Thank you. Thank you. If we could restart. And Borders Council, any questions for Mr. Welsh?
Thank you, sir. Yes, I have one or two. Good afternoon, Mr. Welsh.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. What I'd like to do, Mr. Welsh, is I'd like to have a look at your assessment of some of the viewpoints. Talking of light, I am getting... Thank you. Thank you much. Yes, I would like to have a look at your assessment of some of the viewpoints which are in your inquiry report. I think in section 8, starting at 8.24 in particular, your assessment of viewpoint 2 to the north of Preston. Where you've assessed the sensitivity of that viewpoint as low, with a magnitude of change as slight to moderate. Do you think you might have underestimated the effects at that viewpoint?
No, I think that's a fair assessment, given its distance of 12.5 kilometres. And I noticed in that instance my findings corroborated the EIAR as well.
Okay. But you would accept, I mean, you describe it as a scenic road route. I mean, it's an A-class road, so you would accept it's a fairly main road.
Yes, I would accept it's an A road. I've driven it many times.
Yeah, and it's a main thoroughfare from this area to the A1 at Grant's House.
Yes.
Yeah, and I acknowledge that in your evidence in chief, you fairly acknowledged that there is a difference between the criteria to assess during daytime and at night time. At that location during daytime, I think as you drive through there, what is visible to a road user or a walker or whatever would be the turbines, which I believe relate to Aiken Gall 2. In daytime, they're mostly prominent.
In daytime, as you come around that bend, you see a very wide, a broad spread of turbines. Aiken Gall 2, you'll see 2A and Crystal Rig, and if I'm not wrong, you also see Black Hill. But I could take a look at the view if that would help the reporters.
No, I think you're correct, Mr. Welsh. I think you would see Black Hill, which is slightly to the left, I think,
yes,
from that viewpoint. But at night time, at the moment, would you accept that that's a dark landscape?
I would accept that it's essentially dark. That I've been there at night, and there are pinpoints of white light at some of the farms, but it's essentially a dark landscape. Yes.
Okay. Apologies. But potentially, if the scheme goes ahead, road users at that point could be faced with 4 lights in the distance.
That is possible. They will most likely be, if we take drivers or people in cars, they'll most likely be in cars with illuminated dashboards, with headlights, with the possibility of other traffic on the road. All of those factors create a level of baseline lighting which will affect the impact from the development at over 12 kilometres away.
But nonetheless, there will still be lights visible in the distance.
Those lights will be seen at 12 kilometres. I'm certain of that, but I do not consider that they will be significant at that range. Okay. Given also that we are we're potentially there. It's important to have regard to the intensity, which I'm referring to JW 6 amended. We're on the brink between yellow and orange, which means we're about at -1. So the 2000 candela light, if seen at that range, bearing in mind that visibility wouldn't be optimum, could be down to 750 candela, and if it was operating at 200 candela, it would be down to about 75 candela. So it's important to understand you're not looking at a full intensity light at that angle.
Catherine Andrews, in her recognition at paragraph 5.2, would suggest that the sensitivity is medium or a moderate to major magnitude of change. So you wouldn't agree with her then?
I don't. I mean, I have to say that it's a fairly busy road. It's a sweeping set of bends. It's not a tourist route. It may have some touring traffic on it, but it's not a scenic tourist route. And it's for a relatively short stretch of road that people will see these lights, having regard to the baseline as well in their vehicles, or if they're on bicycles, they're likely to have some form of light as well.
Thank you, Mr. Welsh. I think I've laboured the point on viewpoint 2 long enough. Could I refer you to viewpoint 5, which you refer to 8.36 of your inquiry report? That's the B6461 Paxton to Kelso Road.
Yes, I have that.
Yeah. Now, again, you've assessed the sensitivity at that viewpoint as low, with a magnitude of change as to be slight. And I suspect, as I've not been able to persuade you to change your view with regard to viewpoint 2, you're not going to change your view with regard to this one. But again, would you think that you've possibly underestimated?
I would have to say that I do not think I've underestimated it. We're looking at a viewpoint that is 24 kilometres away from a light in optimum conditions at around 75 candela, and we're dealing with primarily road users. It's on a stretch of road where you have to stop at a gap in the wall and look perpendicular to the road to see the wind farm. It's a considerable distance. I think the susceptibility of people to those lights, which is a key factor in sensitivity, is pretty low, to be honest with you. I don't think people would be particularly susceptible. And I've been there at night, and there are scattered baseline lights across that view.
Okay, and again, in Catherine Andrews' recognition at 5.3, she feels your assessment, you've underestimated the effects there. Again, I'm presuming you don't agree with her.
No, I do not, for the reasons set out in my report.
Okay. Could we move on to viewpoint 7, Cranshaws and Castle, which is 8.44 of your inquiry report? think here you've assessed the sensitivity as medium, with the magnitude of change to be moderate to substantial. Now, I think, to be fair to you, in your inquiry report, you refer to 6 turbines, but I think that's now, given the change, will only be 3. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So can you explain why you feel the magnitude of change would be moderate to substantial?
Proximity is probably one of the biggest factors there. We're at 4.4 kilometres from the wind farm. It's an elevated location up above Cranshaws. This viewpoint is not within or next to the residential properties there, but it's up on the hill above it. And you get a clear view across to Crystal Rig and Aiken-Gall from that location. At 4 kilometres, I think the magnitude of change will be medium to high, albeit that even at that elevation, you're not seeing the lights at their full intensity in optimum conditions. So hopefully for 90% of the time, you're going to see lights with an intensity of 8 candela. That's 8 candles. It's not a position that you will see a full intensity of the lights from.
And can you explain why would it be 8 candela?
We're in the yellow zone, so back to JW6 amended. We're in yellow, viewpoint 7's in yellow shading, and it tells us in the key.
Yeah, apologies, I do see that now. Apologies. Can we move on to viewpoint 13, which is Redstone Rig, which I think is at 8.52 of your inquiry report?
Yes, I have that.
Okay. You assess the sensitivity of that viewpoint to be medium, with the magnitude of change to be moderate. Could you possibly have underestimated that as well?
I don't think so. I'm comfortable that, again, we're dealing with something that's almost another kilometre further away. We are seeing a slightly higher level of minimum light intensity. The minimum it would be 75 candela. I've recorded that as a significant visual effect from that location. I'm comfortable with that assessment.
I would again refer you to Catherine Andrews' recognition at 5.5. She considers the susceptibility of receptors would be high at night time. So would you disagree with her?
I have recorded susceptibility to be medium. I think medium is a fair assessment for that location. It's representative of a relatively short stretch of road. Again, people at that location are likely to have some element of personal lighting or vehicle lighting around them, which reduces their susceptibility to the aviation lights. I think medium is fair.
Okay, Mr. Welsh, thank you for that. I have no further points to raise.
Thank you. East Lothian questions, Mr. Walsh.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Welsh. I'll just refer you first of all to your inquiry report, paragraph 3.7. Where you're saying that during the time that the lights switch on and off, it may be possible to briefly see the lighting and some features of the landscape simultaneously, albeit any visibility will be deteriorating rapidly at dusk and becoming sufficiently bright at dawn that the lights are not apparent. This is relevant as it means that the lights do not need to be switched on at a time when features in the landscape which maybe define its character can still be readily appreciated. I put it to you that there is a period of time then when the landscape, where there is a view of the landscape between when the lights come on, particularly in the winter months when they come on quite early, between 3 o'clock and shortly after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and where there is an impact on the view of the landscape. Will you agree with that?
I can only advise you of what I've done in preparing for this inquiry, which was I went to Cranshaw's and I timed the experience following official sunset, and I found that half an hour after sunset I could still make out features of the landscape, but after 40 minutes after sunset I could not discern them in sufficient detail to be able to carry out any form of competent landscape character assessment. So I could make out shapes after 40 minutes, but not detail of landscape elements, and that served to convince me even more that this is a visual issue. It may be a perceptual issue in how you perceive landscape for a brief moment of time when the lights are on and the shapes in the landscape are fading, but you cannot discern detail.
Would you accept, however, for that short period of time, if there were to be 4 aviation lights visible, that it would have an adverse effect on the person viewing that landscape?
It depends where they are, what they're doing, how far they are from the development, and the angle of elevation, because it may be that those 4 lights come on, but because of their angle of elevation to the lights, they're coming on at an incredibly low level of 4 candelas or 8 candelas or 75 candelas even. And of course, as we heard from Professor Lumsden, the intensity of light builds up as it gets darker.
At that time that you carried out that exercise you referred to, was it a moonlight night?
It was a clear night.
Was it moonlit?
The moon was not up by the time I left at about 6:30 p.m.
If it had been a moonlit night, would it not have an adverse effect on the view of the landscape, if there were lights there?
Again, it depends on how those lights are perceived. At Cranshaw's, if it was clear, therefore the lights would have been somewhere between 75 candela and 8 candela, and being seen against a sky that was getting progressively dark. I agree, when you can see the lights, the effect at that sort of range, 5 kilometres or so, is significant and adverse. So I don't dispute that, but I think it's really important to put these timescales into context, and also to understand how little detail in the landscape you can make out. And I think the acid test for me is, could I carry out a competent landscape character assessment in these conditions? And I'm absolutely certain you could not.
Thank you. So you agree that within the 5 kilometres there would be an adverse effect, you say, for a short period of time. If I refer to your recognition, paragraph 4.2, bullet point 1, you say that in most instances the areas of the highest intensity of visibility from the aviation light coincides with areas of remote hill ground or farmland, from where the value of the view at night time to people is considered to be low. But would you not...
Sorry, is that 4.1?
4.2, bullet point. The first.
In my inquiry report. Beg your pardon.
My apologies, sir.
Thank you, I have that.
The point I was making is that you refer to the impact there being the values of views at night time to people is considered to be low. Just wondering why you would consider it to be low.
for the reasons that I have set out in my inquiry report in relation to the whole subject of value. To establish value, you apply judgment to 4 or 5 criteria, and those criteria do not apply at night time, in my view.
And following on to the second bullet point, is one of those criteria then that a very small number of people, you say, will be affected by the visibility of the aviation lights at a range which they could describe as being obtrusive and significant? But would you not agree that even a small number is relevant to considering a matter such as this?
A small number is relevant, but I do not think it is as relevant as a large number. If this was affecting large numbers of people in settlements or communities, that would have a different bearing, in my view. The fact that very few people, in my opinion, will see these lights within the areas shown on the ZTV is a fact which I think is supportive.
But if we consider that a relatively dark landscape area, I know it's not a dark landscape park, but a dark landscape area is quite rare in this vicinity, would it not be the case that as a recreational resource for a potentially larger number of people, it is significant that there would be what you yourself say has a significant effect, an obtrusive and significant effect if there is an introduction of aviation lighting?
I think I have fairly acknowledged that there will be some significant effects from this development, and that they, and I've tried to identify where they will occur from and who is likely to be affected. But your reference to it being a dark area is certainly the case. It is a dark area, but so too is much of the southern uplands as it extends from here down to Dumfries and Galloway. I mean, the southern uplands is an area which is inherently dark, I would say.
In terms of accessibility from the likes of Edinburgh and the Greater Edinburgh area, this is a relatively accessible area, is it not?
It is a relatively accessible area. So too are parts of the Pentlands, the Morfoots, southern uplands.
Are there equivalent areas in the Pentlands as dark as this?
If you go into the core of the Pentlands, there is an area which is very much isolated from the settlement and urban conurbations that surround it otherwise.
So on page 7 of the precondition, in your second bullet point, you refer to, you have that on this page 7, the second paragraph, no settlements or communities would experience significant visual effects. It is also the case that even the smallest communities like Cranshaws and Longford makers of street lighting, well, those are, I think, areas in the borders rather than...
Sorry, I'm lost. Can you just refer, where are you?
Sorry, page 7, second paragraph of Mr Welsh's precondition.
The second paragraph, is that paragraph 3.2?
Second bullet point. On
second
page
bullet
7.
point,
Yeah.
right, okay.
Sorry.
So you're in paragraph 4.2, second bullet point. Yeah?
Yes, yes. Now, there's reference, Mr Welsh, to street lighting, and the areas identified by you are Cranshaws and Longford Makers, which are, I think I'm right in saying, in the borders area. But we heard from Mr Bruce earlier today that in his area there are 4 villages identified in the East Lammermoor Community Council area, one of which, Whitekirk, has no street lighting, and the other of which is the one he lives in which they reduced street lighting by half. So that, would you agree that there is an attempt being made to reduce the impact of other forms of lighting by means such as reduction or even removal of street lighting?
I don't know otherwise, so I accept his evidence on that. But I can tell you that certainly those villages of Stenton, Spot, Oldham Stocks and Innerwick have no visibility whatsoever of this proposed development. And where we extend to Whitekirk, it has visibility of 1 light at a range of 16.5 kilometres.
Yes, I was going to ask you about that evidence about Whitekirk, Mr Welsh. As I understood it, you were saying under reference to core document 10.9, the ZTV, that there would, if there were to be 4 turbines lit, that there would just be, is it 1 or 2 lights that would be visible from Whitekirk?
From viewpoint 19, which is just north of Whitekirk, there would be 1, and we do not have a wire line from Whitekirk, but given that it is closer to the Lammermuir escarpment, my judgment is that it would still remain 1. I can't see how it could possibly increase, and the ZTV indicates that it's 1.
So that's an inference you're drawing. You can't be absolutely certain.
I can't be absolutely certain because we don't have a numbered wire line from Whitekirk.
There's been some reference to the effect of the blades turning and causing a flashing effect on the lights. I don't know if you can help us with this or not, but could the blades of turbines, other than those at the turbines of which are lit, if they were turning, could they have an impact in terms of creating a flashing effect which would create a greater impact in terms of light being seen?
I think that's very unlikely given the separation distance between turbines. One of the locations I was keen that the reporters go to, and it may be unaccompanied, is the minor road between Aikengall 1 and Crystal Rig 3, from where you can see the aviation light, the demonstrator light at very close range. And from that location, you can see how red light may glance up the blades as they pass in front of it. So it's a useful thing to go and see. That same night, I looked at it from other locations, and I couldn't discern that effect at all. So I think it's a fairly localized effect. That's different, if I may say, to the effect of the rotor passing in front of the light, which may cause the light to flicker. That's a different form of a different visual effect.
In terms of atmospheric effects, weather conditions and improved air quality, would you accept that if air quality continues to be improving, then the measurements that you've taken and provided for at the moment could alter, and the impact of the lighting could be greater over time?
I don't have any expertise to answer that from a meteorological point of view, but I can certainly confirm that we have assessed the worst case as per the figures and evidence that are before the inquiry. In other words, I have not assumed in reaching decisions on significance that is in poorer weather conditions.
In terms of the test light, I think you said from viewpoint 13, which is Redwood, the view at the moment there is different from, well, the distance is different from what it will be if there were to be 4 lights on the turbines that have been identified. Is it correct that these lights on the turbines, if they were installed, would be actually nearer to that viewpoint 13 than the test light is?
Yes, that is the case. Turbines 6 and 7 are closer to viewpoint 13 than the demonstrator light is.
So there would be a greater impact on viewpoint 13 if there were to be actual aviation lights in the proposed location?
When you say greater impact, it might be a greater impact when compared to the demonstrator light as seen from that location, but I'm not. It wouldn't alter my assessment of magnitude and significance.
And of course, there will be, if the application is successful, there will be 4 lights rather than just 1, as shown at the moment, test lights. So there will be a group of lights. Would you accept that that also has a greater impact on the receptors?
I think it's fair to say that if you can see 1 light, it has an effect, and if you can see 2, that effect increases. It's I suppose, common sense. I think that the more lights you see, the greater the effect may be. But that's why it's important to understand how many lights you are actually seeing from a viewpoint. And viewpoint 19 is a good example because of the topography, you would only see 1.
And would you accept that a group of 4 as a group would also have a greater impact on the landscape issue, which we discussed earlier in terms of twilight, when night's falling, on a woodland night, for example, 4 lights are more intrusive than 1?
I would accept that because they are separated by some distance, it means that more of the field of view is affected, and that's what I've taken into account in my assessment. I think it follows that if you have 4 lights as opposed to 1, that effect will be greater, and if there were 12, it would be greater again.
We'll have a moment, Mr. Reporter.
Yes, certainly.
I think you've quite fairly, Mr. Welsh, in your report and your recognition, accepted there are effects, there are significant effects. Would you accept that it's particularly significant when these effects are in areas of darkness?
I think clearly there is a greater contrast where you have a landscape which has no or low levels of baseline lighting. That follows, and that's set out in guidance such as the Institute of Lighting Professionals recognise that. We are dealing with, particularly on the borders side here, with a darker landscape, and therefore there is the potential for a greater degree of contrast. But you have to take that analysis further and ask who will be affected and how will they be affected, to what degree of intensity, because that is an important part of understanding what degree of significance is involved.
No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Welsh.
Mr. Bruce, do you have any questions for Mr. Welsh? No?
Okay. Mr. Welsh, I looked at the environmental statements to see what the design evolution of the game was, and I found the bit in the statement which tells you what was proposed initially and what is now proposed. I couldn't find, though, and please direct me to the place where it is, I'm sure it's my fault, something that explains why these 7 turbines have to be so high so that they need lighting. Well, 7 turbines initially, as proposed, needed lighting. Is there somewhere which tells me what the rationale is behind that?
I suspect, ma'am, that is a point that needs to be answered with potentially some commercial input as opposed to landscape and visual. There isn't a landscape...
Yes, I'm asking you the question because you're before me now, but Mr.
Yes.
Bell is going to be here tomorrow, so maybe he can
I would hope that he can, or he will be informed by then, ma'am, but it wasn't a choice that was predicated on visual impact grounds. However, and I think the point was made about an hour ago, that it's important that although they're tall, it's important to consider how they relate in ordnance datum terms to the turbines that surround them, including particularly Aiken Gall, which sits on higher ground. And that may well be a factor. I was not involved at the design stage, so I will defer that question, ma'am, and make sure you have an answer through Mr. Bell. Thank you.
And just to be clear, you initially were proposing, your clients initially were proposing that 7 turbines would be lit. Then it's down to 4 turbines to be lit with a couple infrared lighting. And then there was a possibility of no visible lighting, but infrared only. But that depends on the air ambulance, the charity air ambulance, agreeing to that. I'm a bit unclear as to what the position is, whether the air ambulance people will agree to that, or they won't agree to that, or they will agree to it in the future, or what your client is proposing to do. So if somebody could tell me, maybe not necessarily you, but that's another question I'd like to be answered.
Ma'am, I have an opinion on that, which I've gained through talking with the team. But again, I think if you would bear with us, I will make sure Mr. Bell is fully briefed to respond to that.
I don't have any more questions then for you. Thank you.
But it was Mr. Spavin who gave you the evidence on the ambulance. If you want me to recall him to deal with that point.
I just wanted to know what the position is, really, so I don't mind who tells me.
He's awake, is he? Come on in. You can't go yet. I haven't re-examined you yet. Actually, could we do things in a different order? Could I just re-examine Mr. Welch quickly, then Mr. Spavin? Otherwise,
I just have one question.
oh, sorry.
Yes, Mr. Welsh, at section 4 of your inquiry report, you discuss the methodology used to discuss the visual effects of aviation lighting. The assessment criteria, you say, has been devised by your practice to explain the magnitude you change at night. I understand what you're saying and why, but I just wonder whether the magnitude of change criteria that you set out at 4.6 is unique to your practice, or has it been used by others? Is there some elements that you've taken from other assessment tools? That's keen to know.
Sir, some of the language in there comes from the Institute of Lighting Professionals guidance, which I have commented on earlier in my report. I quickly review it at paragraph 3.18. The term obtrusive light is widely recognised as one of the pieces of language in relation to lighting. So we have, my practice has decided it's appropriate to use that piece of language in relation to magnitude. So we find some resonance there. But otherwise, this is very much their criteria that we have developed and we are now using on assessments.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Thank you. Mr. Trinick. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Welsh. Just a couple of questions in re-examination. Firstly, in a question put by Mr. Campbell, there was a reference to lights coming on at 3 p.m. in winter. Now, and I can, if Mr. Campbell won't mind, I'll simply record what Professor Lumsden says about the shortest time of sunset. That's on page 17 of his inquiry report, and that's at 15:36. So what time would light switch on be in those circumstances?
With sunset at 15:36, the lights would switch on shortly after 1600 hours.
Your microphone, please.
Sorry. Question from Mr. Campbell about significant effects, particularly in areas of darkness. And you answered, well, yes, they might be, but you also have to look at who will be affected and to what degree of intensity. Do you remember that?
Yes.
In your assessment, in your inquiry report of viewpoints, it doesn't matter which one you go to, but to what extent do you factor relative darkness into either sensitivity or your description of the magnitude of effects?
I've stated in my inquiry report that I rely on the baseline conditions, lighting conditions that are included within the EIAR report, unless I've disagreed with them explicitly. But they have helpfully recorded baseline darkness characteristics. I then take those and have assigned sensitivity with regard to value and susceptibility. So, to some extent, darkness would be a factor of susceptibility. A person is going to be more susceptible in a particularly dark landscape or a dark sky park than they will be on the edge of an urban area.
Thank you, sir, ma'am. That's my re-examination complete. So maybe Mr. Spaven just might take the seat a moment and
Indeed, yes.
face the music.
Thank you, Mr. Spaven. I didn't think to ask you this when you were there, so better late than never.
Okay, thank you. So the position as it stands is the proposal from the applicant is for a project with 4 turbines lit. In our discussions with Babcock and SCAA, an offer has been put on the table to make a contribution of £100,000 to their night vision capability. But as it stands, that is not sufficient to persuade them to embark on acquiring night vision capability. But the offer stands, so if things change from the Babcock SCAA end of things, then there may be some way forward. But as it stands at the moment, the proposal is for 4 turbines to be lit.
Thank you. That's clear now. Well, I've asked it as well.
Just since you're there, is the Scottish Ambulance Service likely, not this, and the Air Charity and Babcock likely to have an interest in all future wind turbine developments in Scotland?
Yes.
Is there a forum in which future developments and this development could work together to achieve night vision for the Scottish Air Ambulance, which would be better for people in Scotland and for the developers, and reduce the requirement for lighting?
Simple answer is no, not currently.
How can we make that happen?
Beyond the remit of this inquiry, I suspect, but it's certainly something that a lot of people are interested in, on both sides.
Well, just to rehearse the perspective of people who live there, we don't mind who does it, but we would like the best thing to happen. So if there's something we can do out of this inquiry or beyond, then let's try to make that happen and build that into what the findings are today.
I'm sure that's been noted. Thanks very much.
I think now would be an appropriate time perhaps to stop for today. But before we leave, I just wondered if there's any update on Ms Andrews' availability.
Yes, sir. Contact has been made with her by colleagues at HQ. I don't think we're any further forward from what I advised you earlier. She's still doubtful that she'll be able to make it up to take part in any part of this inquiry or hearing this week. But she's hopeful that she might know a bit more tomorrow. So hopefully we'll have a bit more news tomorrow. But at the moment, I can't guarantee that she's going to be available at any point this week.
Okay, well, thank you for that update. And Mr. Trinick, we spoke briefly earlier on about the conditions schedule, and Mr. Gillies is going to have a check where we were with the one we have. You're just going to confirm whether the one we have, even though it's dated the 19th of December, is the most up-to-date one.
Yes, sir. It is. It's the version that was emailed to your office on the 21st of February. The header mistakenly says 19th of December, but that is the most recent version. The only caveat to that, sir, is that at the hearing session there will be 3 conditions which will require further discussion. The first of those is condition 6, which relates to approval of the candidate turbine and micrositing, and you'll be aware there was some discussion about that condition at an earlier stage. There also needs to be some discussion about the aviation lighting condition in light of the discussion around the proposed offer to the air ambulance service, and we may need to substitute the table of noise limits, but all of these matters, sir, I would suggest can be dealt with at the hearing session tomorrow. The only other thing I would say about the table, since you mentioned the tracked changes in the document, so those have been left in to show the changes that have been proposed by each planning authority, but in the boxes with the comments it should be clear whether those changes are acceptable or not to the applicant.
Okay, well, thank you for that, that update. Thank you. With that, we'll close for today. And
in terms, you may have been going on to say this, and my apologies if you were, but in terms of tomorrow, it might be good to get some time estimates of evidence so that we know if we're likely to be able to complete on the hearing session on policy and on conditions tomorrow. If Catherine Andrews can't be here this week, then my vote would certainly be to end as late as we need to end and finish things in this room tomorrow, subject to the site visit. But I'm in your hands.
I think it's a good suggestion, yes. It would be good to perhaps conclude as much as we can tomorrow before the site visit. Yeah. The only thing I was going to mention, if we could kind of start at 9:30 tomorrow morning, that'll give us the best opportunity to conclude those matters. Okay? Okay, well, thank you.